Okay. Ooh, it's an early. Oh, that's my room early in the day. Oh, that's crooked. That's fine. I'm scuffed. I'm a scuffed streamer all the time, anyways. Hi, hun. How are you? There we go. Fuck that game. Don't like spooky games. Watching Jumper with mom. Oh, I liked Jumper. That's the Anakin movie. Anakin movie. Hayden Christiansen, that guy. It's that guy. Yeah, y'all know what I'm talking about. How is it though? Is it the first time? I really want the Spider-Man game. Expensive. I also really want Dark Tide. Expensive. Everything's fucking expensive. But I know what I want to do. I want to play Elden Ring. Get through Elden Ring. Let me make sure my mic is by my mouth properly. So you guys can hear me. So I want to make sure I get through Elden Ring, finish Elden Ring, because then I want to play the new Life is Strange, which I still haven't played. Which is on the Game Pass, and I have 2 months free, I think. So I want to grind through Elden Ring so I can actually play the Game Pass free games. Yeah, there was a new one, like I forgot what it's called. Yeah, I can look it up actually. Life is Strange. Something with colors. True Colors. Yeah, I mean, it's very positive. It came out last year. It's a year old now. And I'm a big fan of the games. Big fan of the Don't Nod guys. Wait, is it Don't Nod that made them? I don't think it was. Don't Nod is the Tall Tale guy. Wait, hold on. Don't Nod. No, it's a different studio. It is Don't Nod. I'm not trolling. So they have a new developer? Question mark? I don't know. I don't know too much about it. It came out last year. So I just want to play it. But with that being said, I'm gonna launch Elden Ring. We gotta grind through it. I gotta finish the game. Oh, I didn't turn on the death counter. Also, I didn't check if these things work. Does this one work? Yeah, it works. Yeah, it works. Oh, I love that. Alright, make sure the game capture is capturing Elden Ring. Perfect. I think my camera's a bit lower so I can show the HP bar. I also need to open this. Oh, Sophia! You're first for the first time. I need to add you. Alright, let me just pause the music. I need to go on Twitch. But what did I see though? What did I see? Dun dun. What? Did it bug out? It bugged out. I'll put you above JB. Okay. Where is the def counter real quick before I lock in? I always forget where I put this dang thing. I think it's in my... It is in my streaming creator folder. Okay, I found it. So I push up, it goes up, and I push down, it goes down. Perfect. Hey, Lala Warrior. Yeah, I added you, hun. I added you to the list. You are now one above JB, but just so you can brag to JB. How are you doing, Lala Warrior? What's going on? I want to check to make sure all my controls are working. There's a chance they're not working, just a slight chance, but I am not entirely sure. All right, so that's some good news. What was I doing? Oh, I was fighting a boss. We ended on a boss. We tried one boss at a time. I remember now. I'm not ready. Dorks, you're the dork, Sonny. How are you doing today on this lovely Friday? How are you guys doing? I was gonna go to the gym, and then I realized that I had no vehicle to go to the gym with. Technically I have one car, but the battery, I need to jump start it, and I have no way of jump starting it right now. I need to get like a portable jump starter, maybe. That might help out a lot. Regardless, it is chillin'. I appreciate that title. I forgot what my title is. I know I made a meme or something. I know it's a meme or something, but I don't remember what it actually is. You couldn't fall asleep until like 6 a.m.? Oh no. That's late. Oh fuck, this guy's a tanky son of a gun. You just got out of bed. Today is Friday in California. Shoot. I love that. I knew it was a meme. I forgot what it was. I made it a while ago, and then I got a phone call, so I forgot what my title was. Good morning, Sonny, I guess. I think I fell asleep at 3. I was having a hard time going to bed myself, but it worked out though. I'm trying to look for something. I don't want that. I want something that protects my runes, because I'd rather not lose those runes in there. Taking my old sleep schedule, I see. Yeah, how is the new sleep schedule, Sierra? How's that going? It might actually be good, since you're also going to the gym and stuff. It might actually work out for you. Like after work, just head to the gym. Fucking dickheads! Okay, so I think the proper technique is to absolutely delete the 2 ghost spirits and then fight the main guy. So, taking time to get used to. Been tired during the day with eyes feeling dead. Yeah, I mean, that's how adapting to any new sleep schedule is like. When are you supposed to be sleeping? I'm guessing like 8 your time, so like 10 my time. 8 your time? No, probably earlier actually, because he had to get there at 4. So you probably, I mean, knowing you, you probably would go to sleep at 8 still. But it's probably better for you to get sleep at like 7, I'm guessing. Daylight savings? What's that? All right, all right, all right. God damn. Okay, hold up. This guy's like intense. Okay, I do think that's a technique though. We have to kill the 2 ghosts, and then after we kill the 2 ghosts, we fight him. The pain this boss gave me? Oh god, it brought you pain? Oh no. So, I'm only an hour ahead then. So that means... I didn't realize you guys didn't have it. I thought we didn't have it, but apparently we still did. That kind of surprised me. When we changed. I didn't even get to like properly abuse it. But I feel that. So you should be going to bed at like 7. Probably. 8 if you're feeling like risking it. Is it Monday to Friday? Do you work on the weekends? All right, Neil. How about you, Neil? Ah ha ha ha. Get it? Wow. Yada. Do your thing, I guess. Pop off, King. Okay. I was trolling. Fuck, I cannot time that. I cannot time that. It is 5 days and I work weekends. Not sure the days off I have yet. Hoping either Thursday, Friday off or Monday, Tuesday. Thursday, Friday is probably optimal, but Monday, Tuesday would be really nice as well. But I felt that. Hopefully it goes well though. Hope the new schedule works out. Cause then I know you've been wanting to work out and stuff. So like, you could schedule that in probably easier than working super late shift. Oh, I almost jumped down the hole. Yeah, something where if I want to go on a weekend vacation, I don't have to take too much time off. Yeah, that would be nice. Okay, hold up. Hold up. Let's push the button because I'll probably die again. Knowing me, I'll probably die. JK, I never die. 0 deaths, baby. That's me. Zero deaths, baby. Damn, these scripted scenes. There's something else. Let me tell you. Hey, hello. Long time no see, Dante. How have you been? How's life been treating you? I mean, it's probably my fault because I don't stream like this early normally. I just had nothing to do. Really, I had nothing to do. So I was just like, fuck it, let's just stream some Elden Ring until I get a vehicle I can use to go to the gym. Sorry for the delay. Day is going well, thank you. How's you? I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. Days fine. I was feeling a tad lonely, so I was like, let me stop by and say hello to all the stream nerds. And alas, here you guys are. Here, being nerds. Alright. If I can get this guy to come at me quickly, that'll be cool. I'm trying to see if I could do that a bit faster. I can probably do that a bit faster if I did the other attack. Because I did... Can I? I don't know. Because I want to get to the first 2 ghosts as quickly as possible. So I can set up for the other guy. It's the goal anyways. Maybe I can... Seems like a lot of work though. But maybe I can... Okay, I'm gonna try something. We're gonna try something. Pop this potion real quick. Walk in. Activate my mighty Gilgamesh swords. Run over here. Use this. Okay, totally went to the wrong person. Okay, I fucked that up. Oh, that's so awkward. That's so fucking awkward. That's so fucking awkward. I aimed it in the wrong way and everything. I botched that up. Did I press up? I think I did. I think I pressed it twice there. But what's everyone's plans for the weekend? We're having a movie night this weekend, this Saturday. Dante for dumb. Enjoy your lurk, Sonny. I'm still not sure what kind of movies I want to watch, but I realized there's a couple of movies that came out recently, actually, on Netflix. That might be interesting to watch. Oh, this is completely off topic. Well, not really. It's kind of on topic. Has anyone ever seen a movie, a childhood movie called Slumberland or something like that? It's about, I think, Nemo, and there's a clownish cartoon character who's short, but his name I think is Flip. There is a live adaptation of that film right now on Netflix. I just saw it earlier and I was like, wait, is this one of the childhood movies I used to watch as a kid? And it was quite interesting actually to see it happening. So my souls are back there. Oh my god, I didn't grab the souls right away. Cringe. 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 Movie, which one? Yeah, Slumberland. Let me see if I can pull up Slumberland. There's a flying squirrel in it. Flying squirrel. Iconic scenery where bed is moving. Oh, it's called Little Nemo Adventures. Okay. Yeah, it has Jason Momoa in it. This is the original that I remember. Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland with Flip, Nemo, and the Princess of Slumberland and the Flying Squirrel. The bed. This movie, honestly, was such a big part of my childhood. I forgot about it. I rewatched it sometime this year actually, to sleep to, and I was like, damn, I forgot this movie existed. Then to realize that this movie all of a sudden today just came out with a fucking live action version of it is kind of mind-blowing to me. But I know it's not exactly the same because the plot seems different, like they're adding onto it seems like. So I don't know much about it, but it definitely caught my interest. Do I remember the Page Master? I don't think I do. Is that a movie? Page Master? Maybe if I saw it, I would know. Or it's talking about in the... Was it in Little Nemo? Nani? Old 90s? Page Master, Page Master, Page Master. Can you find like a link? I can probably like... There's a lot of old movies that I used to watch, but like are in vague memory. I need like a visual visual aid. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna hop in here. Activate my Gilgamesh. I need to activate my damn potion before I go in so I have time to pick up my souls. I keep forgetting that. But I was trying to process like the shield guy I think has an attack that seems slow but comes out faster than it actually is, and I keep getting hit by it. And then I can't like roll afterwards if I get hit by it, in which case I die. So I just need to be a bit more aware of my timings there a little bit. Oh, I want to put the lantern on. That'll help out with the lighting. When was the last time you guys saw my room lit like normally? I honestly don't remember. It's kind of funny. What? I ran out of stamina. Life has been treating me fine except for the last few days. I found that I have a sinus infection. Oh, fuck. So I probably won't be joining. No. If you're sick, take care of yourself. Drink some water, get some proper rest, get some sleep. Make sure you have a circulating room. Don't want to breathe the same musty air. Take care of yourself. Oh, yeah, no. You're more than fine to post things in the chat, you dork. Let me see. I want to see it. Nerdy and neat stuff. The page master. Okay. Fuck yes, I did. Fuck yes, I did. Oh, I remember this. I remember this. Okay, so main point is the main character. I forgot about I want to watch this movie. I didn't know what it's called. I want to watch this movie again. The main character, right, becomes a cartoon character somehow after entering a library or something. I don't remember exactly the plot, but because of this kid, because there's an effect. There is an effect that happens when you shine light through your fingers. Your fingers aren't exactly solid. There's a lot of holes in it to allow light. It's what's the thing called? Subdermal something. Fucking forgot it. But there's this thing that happens. All right. When you put your finger on top of it, you can kind of start seeing through it. And as a kid, to me, I thought that looked really cartoony. It's like, oh my god, I can become a cartoon if I just shine myself a whole bunch of light. Like young ass me had this weird notion that's like, if you shine a finger through shine light through your finger, maybe you become a cartoon. And it was so stupid. God, that brought back so many memories. Actually, though, when I have kids, I want to show them these movies. Actually, The Page Master. This is such a good creative film. I feel like this and Slumberland or Little Nemo. Though to be fair, Little Nemo I think also kind of gave me nightmares because there's like this nightmare section, and that one also kind of spooked me. Got my two cutest mostly classics on DVDs. I definitely want to make sure my kids watch. Like, I mean, they're kids, right? They won't know. Like, oh, this looks dated. This looks outdated or old. They won't know. I just gotta show them it. And hopefully it's something they grow up with, and they'd be like, wow, this is one of my favorite movies. And I'm like, nice. I'm glad. Oh, let me switch the game again. But no, Dante, you take care of yourself, all right? Obviously, thank you for being here, and I enjoy your presence. I miss you, but if you need to get rest at any point, don't be afraid to. Oh man, I watched the weird ones as a kid. Didn't like the usual cartoons. I mean, what even was like normal back then? That one, Woody the Woodpecker, was normal. No, I think that was a bit earlier, wasn't it? Oh, lost one of my Gilgamesh swords. That ain't good. Wait, where the heck are my souls? Fuck off. They're over here. I see. Did we take those? I've been called by someone. I've been getting a lot of calls from people trying to say like, hey, Hold up. Fuck. Stop calling me. I don't want to pick up this dang thing. Pretty sure it's like scammers trying to pretend to give me a job. My brothers had control of the TV most of the time, so there's lots of Scooby-Doo and Rugrats. And let's be real, those get old quick, bro. Had no taste. Rugrats, I never really enjoyed, actually, as a kid. Scooby-Doo, I did. I enjoyed Scooby-Doo quite a bit. Just because mysteries were the same. But, like, honestly, at the same time, I agree. They did get tiring fast. I got bored of them. But Rugrats, specifically, I couldn't get into it. I always thought Rugrats looked weird, I guess. I know they draw them with like extreme features, but as a kid it just felt uncanny valley type of ordeal for me. Scooby-Doo, I never mind though. If it's the older Scooby-Doo, that was fun, but the new one that came out of Kate 90s just didn't have the same charm. Late 90s. I'm trying to remember what I kind of is that no. Although that is largely true, I enjoyed the movies that came out during those Scooby-Doo days. The movies that came out during that period were really, really cool. Yeah, I didn't like Scrappy-Doo. I don't think many people like Scrappy-Doo, to be honest. Oh, fuck off.
Stanley pushed the follow button.
Oh, fuck. Opal Rune, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, don't you come at me right now. Thank you so much for that follow. I appreciate you. Hope you're having a fantastic night, you cool dork. Okay. No, I know. Okay. I reset a little bit. We reset. Oh my fuck. Okay, we're good. We're good. Okay. I'm out of his range. Woo! What? Fucking die, bitch! Oh, let's go! Sorry. Sorry. Opal, thank you so much for that follow. I appreciate that. Hope you're having a fantastic Friday. How was hanging out in Saji's stream yesterday? How did that go? Watching him play Dead by Daylight Killers. Hope you had a blast. I'm good. The boss fights in this game, they do something to me. Young me watching Scooby-Doo, older me, that's how I have a taste in Gotham. No, okay. You reminded me. You guys remember the Thriller Trouble? What was it? I'm supposed to say Trouble in Thriller Town, but that's like mixing three different things together. The Scooby-Doo one with like the zombie. Is it Zombie Island? I think it's called Zombie Island. Maybe. And there was like that band of like vampire witches or something. I think that awoken something in me when I was younger. I didn't realize I liked girls until that, I think. Great. I love bully. I mean, pushing him to try more killers in Dead by Daylight. No, it's Sanji's a good kid. I'm proud of him. It's so happy to. Here, I don't think I have any mod right now that's like readily available. I'm gonna shout out Saji real quick. Last night we raided Saji. I'm so fucking bad at this streamer bullshit. Hold up. What is my command? Okay. God, why am I just ass? I'm ass at being a streamer. I disappear for a while and I can't fucking do it anymore. Oh, how the hell did you? Lala Warrior, you're insane. You're insane. Okay. So, he's playing Yu-Gi-Oh! I guess he switched at some point. But Saji, early on, I met him back when he had like 10 followers, I think. But you can shout it yourself, I guess. And he has grown so much as a person since then. It's so nice to see him like actually do things and enjoy himself as a streamer. Oh, that's literally a clip from yesterday. Ooh, when he said ooh to me. I don't stream, no follow. Sure, surely that's the case. Why would the shout out command work for you then, huh? I don't know why it did, but surely it did. But he's a great lad. And Opal, don't you stream as well? Actually, I think you do. I'll shout you out right now while we're here as well. But yeah, no, Saji has been really finding his stride recently, and it's been making me so happy to seeing how much he's grown as a streamer and stuff like that. Like way back when he asked me what Monka S was and like what BTTV emotes are, and now he's just out here like messing around with like redemptions and getting snowballs thrown at him. It's so funny. I love it. I'm proud of him. No, Hayden, I think, is actually a good actor. I'm not sure if he's like an amazing actor, but I do think he's a good actor. Yeah, Saji's definitely the lovable idiot kind of guy. I feel that he's such a dork. But no, Hayden is a good actor. I think it's just in Star Wars he got cucked by the dialogue so hard, in my opinion. Like, I don't think anyone can make any of the dialogue work in that. To be honest. That gives me 2 plus 3 plus 1. This gives me 2 or 3 plus 1 on the main weapons. I'm going for intelligence then. Bruh. Hey Sage, what's going on? Oh, let me shout you out as well, actually. All the streamers are popping in right now. How we still have the Halloween emotes. The just chatting thing made me laugh a little bit. But the dialogue, he talks about how coarse sand is. It's perfect. I need to get a prequel meme. Like we have Bully McGuire on here with the damn lurk emote, which I love, by the way. I'm so happy I added this. This is so good. But I want to add a prequel meme to this stream somehow. I'm not sure what. I don't want to do hello there, because that's like get a clip of his cringe smirk. That'd be good. That'd be good, actually. Now this is where the fun begins. That'd be good. Oh, that's... Sorry. You're giving me ideas, hun. I love you. You're giving me lots of... This is why I put a ring on you. I'm so happy. But what I think of Hayden as a name... Honestly, it's a pretty good name in my opinion. I can't think of anything against it. Hayden. Hayden. If it wasn't for the fact that it was associated to Anakin Skywalker, I think it's a perfectly good name, actually. Hayden. Hayden. I don't know. What do you think of it? We fucking got the boss though. That made me happy. I'm gonna level up once more, I think. Sure, I'll use this. How many runes is this? Is that enough? I don't think that's enough. I think I need closer to 70,000. Yeah. It's the best we've come up with so far. Fair enough. 15,000. Ooh, I went overboard. That much is for sure. But I can level up. Do I do dexterity? I should get a hard cap now, right? Yeah, now I get a hard cap. Now it's 1 + 1 + 1. But dexterity still goes up 3. How much strength? There we go. Better than the names me and my hubs come up with? Now I'm kind of curious. What names did you guys come up with? Sophia had a really good names for girls, actually. I really like her name, like Elise. Or was it Elise or was it Eliza? I really like that one. Hey Tally, how are you doing? How thanks for playing again last night, Tally. I had a lot of fun playing Phasma. Fucking hate it, but I had fun still. Not here. We named you Hayden because you hate sand. Mom, Dad, why did you name me Hayden? That was the best we can come up with. Hey! I'll just be like, Hayden, whatever you do, don't talk to younglings, okay? We don't want to deal with that. No more younglings in this house. And yeah, Helena. I really like those names. I think we had others as well, didn't we? I thought we had like 3 or 4 options for girls. It's just guy names are so hard to think of. Cause like there's obviously like the typical stereotypical stuff like Max or John, and like I want it to be somewhat unique. Just because I'm different. Hoi hoi! Bartholomew, I don't want to be Bartholomew Washington George the Third, like some weird ass name. Like I don't want anything like that. Bartholomew. We didn't finalize the name, so we knew after it was a boy or a girl. Our daughter is Peyton and our son is Patrick. Patrick without a C. That's interesting. Slaffy, odd name. I fucking love that redemption, the annoying dog. For anyone, because there's a lot more newer people in the stream. Whoever doesn't know, the sound of the person going aw, like freaking out at the cute sounds, is none other than our Sleepy Sophia in the chat right now. She's basically a gigadork for anyone who didn't know any better. Shinderu! Wait, is there nothing here? Is this just the endless hell? Ah, fuck. Oh, movie break is over. Got a lurk. Hi, enjoy whatever you're about to do next, dear. I mean, if I was gonna name our kid Patrick, I would want to do something to it too. My sister's name is Vivian, but it's spelled in like the most nonsensical like spelling possible. I think it's spelled, or no, I know it's not spelled the normal way, but it's spelled Vyviane. Viviane. I always tease her. But normally it's spelled like what? Vivin. So that's always been normal. I got some weird ass basic name. Lame. Yeah, it's spelled Viviane like that. Vivian. Vivian, technically. Yeah, no, I figured. Enjoy your lurk, Sophia. I love you. I love you, boo. Lord Mikela, forgive me. The sun has not been swallowed. Our prayers were lacking. Your comrade remains soulless. I will never set eyes upon it now. Your divine haligtree. The hell is that? Oh, okay. That was it. Wait, so there has to be some sort of story plot going on here. Am I supposed to jump off the cliff? Probably not. I see people jumping up. Hold up. I don't want to talk to you. I want to see these blood stains. Does someone actually just straight up walk off? Praise the message. Okay, hold up. Touch blood stain. There we go. What did you do, sir? Okay, so don't do that. Thank you, Bloodstain, for informing me that there's no secret hidden pitfall of life there. It's just death. You jump, you die. Thank you. How insightful. That's great. We give new names in my student organization. We get a new person with a duplicate name. They always get the weirdest spelling. Oh god, I didn't see Spooderman though. I think it went off. I heard it earlier, didn't I? I'll redeem it again, just to see if it works.
See you, chump.
Yeah. That's so stupid. I'm so happy I added that. Yeah, maybe. Also, I'm too different to ever want to use whole round numbers when I do redemption points. Has anyone ever noticed how ridiculous my point redemptions are? Like, in terms of values? We were there just now. I mean, that's basically the spot, unless there's like a missing item somewhere. I don't think there is. I think we kind of explored this place rather thoroughly. Shit. Hold up. Okay. All right. I like it. We like those. Dickhead. All right, that's another one down. Who's this person throwing shit at me? Oh, they actually drop stuff. Interesting. I was expecting to drop stuff. They're like ghostly spirits. Very interesting, actually. That scared the living shit out of me! Fuck this game, man. Any game that makes me jump like that can just fuck itself. Is there any item down here? I hear something. Nanny? The fuck? I'm not crazy. I definitely hear something. You drop something, I'll pick it up. Smoldering butterfly. Where's this? Where does this lead to? Rats? I remember going into a room that had rats before. Just some last minute exploration to make sure I got everything, I suppose. Isn't this the entrance? It definitely sounds like there's something on the other side, but I don't know what it is, per se. So, I'm clueless. I don't know. Yeah, heckin' rats. Gosh darn rats. Back in New York City. And I say, hey! Da, 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 da. All right, where was I then? So we cleared that spot. We beat the boss. Could have been harder. But it was still challenging. I enjoyed it. That was a good boss fight. The bird one from last time was really annoying. I have no idea why there's lightning strikes coming down. That's been doing that for a while, and it absolutely terrifies me. Zero clue as to why that actually happens. All right. The beast eye quivers. Why? Why does the beast eye quiver? Oh. Is that why it quivers? Oi, oi, oi. Okay. That's dealt with now. Now I can fight this in peace. Elfin steeple? Death fruit. Serpent arrow. So that was like a mini boss fight, even though, because that used to be a regular boss who would summon things, I feel like. But not that time. That time he did not summon anything. Unless he's the one summoning all these giant flying, like, heads. Let me check. If I walk back now, is anything gonna spawn and kill me? I don't see anything actually. Maybe that was what was summoning all the giant skull things. All right, cool. We got through that at least. I'm happy. What's everyone's plan for the day? Whoever's chilling in chat right now. For me, it's just a stream until I get some mode of transportation, in which case I'm gonna head to the gym. But until then, I'm just big chilling. I ate lunch already, so that was nice. I was wondering what that sound was, and I turned on to see this thing chasing me. God fucking damn it. Do those guys boom boom like Dark Souls skull heads? I don't know, to be honest. Wait. It's the summoning pool. Does that mean a boss is here? Am I about to get yeeted by some unknown boss? Boom boom like Dark Souls skull heads. Boom boom. Do they boom boom? What do you mean by boom boom? Like, depends on what you mean by that. Okay, so I can't actually cross this path. I can see it. I can look at it longingly from the depths beyond. Oh, what is that? Wait a minute. What is that? Okay, this is a valley that I've probably been in before, no? I must have. There's no way I wasn't in here before. Hold up. Let me take a look at the angle here. Yeah, I've definitely been here before. Just different angle. Explode? Skull heads that explode? I'm trying to remember who these skull heads that explode in Dark Souls are. I'm fucking blanking. And I fucking love Dark Souls. Like, I watch speedruns of it. Skull heads that explode. Like, are you talking about the wheelies? No, but they don't explode, though. Who the fuck explodes? My plan was to shave my head, but don't know where the razor is. I felt that. Did I shave? I shaved yesterday, so I don't have to shave today, I don't think. But that means tomorrow I probably have to shave. What the heck are you? It's in the dark depths area where all the skeleton dino dogs are. I believe it's Dark Souls 2 or 3. I feel so dumb. Oh! Found something. Silly me, instantly dying. I'm just gonna look up exploding skeletons in Dark Souls. I still have the page master up. I really want to watch that again now. Exploding skeletons, Dark Souls. In the catacombs. What the fuck? How do I not remember this? Exploding skulls are in the catacombs. What? They're called Wisp? Wisp. Dark Souls. I need to see an actual picture of these guys. What Dark Souls is this? Did I just never find them? I don't think I ever saw them. Probably just ran by them, honestly. I probably just never noticed them. Probably ran right by him. Holy shit. I fucking love Dark Souls and I just never noticed them. Wait, I spawn all the way over here? That's not ideal. Okay. How fix? Go here first, right? Damn, I mean, I know I don't think it's a rare mob, is it? There's rare mobs in Dark Souls. But I don't think maybe it's just I was smart enough when I did my first playthrough to just not run towards skulls of doom. Me missing a huge chunk of the map in Elden Ring? What are you talking about? Nothing is left unexplored by me. Nothing. I probably did just run by them. I did that a lot. So a thing I do when I play Soulsborne games, mostly because back then there used to be a lot of backseaters that loved telling me what to do. And although I did like the advice now and then of like where to go and like how to do stuff, like I do appreciate that. I got sick of people trying to backseat me, telling me to level up HP. I say, you know what? I'm gonna beat this game without leveling up HP. And was it a dumb move a little bit? Kinda, but it was also satisfying because I did end up beating a lot of those games without leveling up HP, and I'm doing that in Elden Ring right now too. I'm not leveling up HP at all, but it's tough, to say the least. Is there really no bonfire here? Or no grace? Streamer, get more vigor! Why HP so low, streamer? Streamer! You're bad! Streamer bad! Stop being so trash, streamer! Oh. This guy one-shots my ass. Oh. I didn't know that. Also, such backseating is banned a full offense now? Wait, really? You can get banned for backseating? Really? Twitch does that now? Or saying like, as a mod, we ban that. I'm a little bit slow. Yeah, Glass Cannon does feel satisfying as a boss. Like, I feel like if I were to play like a really tanky build, it could be still fun to play. But the part I enjoy the most about Soulsborne games isn't necessarily like tanking hits and doing damage back, like trading blows. I like figuring out completely how a boss works. And beating them through that instead of like trading blows. Like, I'm okay with dying in one hit. I just deal with the consequences. I die a lot. As a mod, you dork, if someone keeps backseating, abandon this. Well, I thought Twitch banned people for backseating. I thought that would have been really amazing, actually, that Twitch was doing that. My hubs adores the Soul series, so we dive into a lot of the lore videos. Oh god, he's like me. For real, for real. I fucking love the lore videos on Dark Souls. I know nothing about the lore in this game. I only have some gist but when I'm done with it, I'm probably gonna watch a lore video because there's so much that actually happens in this game. There's so much to this game that I am just lost. Okay, I know if I kill him, I get like something I want, but like he one-shots me. He's kind of cringe. Is there really no bonfire, no grace or anything? Because that would help out a lot. I don't want to run all the way back constantly. Yeah, doing Mandela catalog on Twitch would be really fun. Time for me to backseat because shotgun is for dorks. Can I be Sophia's backseat? Don't mind me. It's too early to be horny on main. Too early. Don't mind me. Is there really no, like, grace? There has to be. Like, I refuse to believe that there's no grace. Okay, I was just trying to grab the dang runes. That took a lot more work than I wanted it to. This place is cool. I kind of want to kill them, just to explore properly. But I'm gonna run around just a wee bit more. Where is this? Where is this? Where is this? Umber smithing stone 9. I actually need that. Okay, ending was shit. Of Jumper, yeah, the ending was pretty bad. I won't deny. But I still, as a concept, I really like the movie. Like, I'm stoked to see the lore that comes with this one, but waiting till Hubs plays it and he's held off due to. I've been trying to beat this game since March of this year, and I am still nowhere close. Like, something always comes up when I play this game, which is fine and all, but like, god damn it, I want to play this game and beat it. I want to beat it already. Jumper ending had me, yeah. I didn't remember the jumping ending. I remember very vaguely, like the mom or something was part of the organization and it was like low-key cringe. There has to be like a bonfire here though, right? Something that's like quick and easy, right? Or a grace, I mean. No, you're dogging on Kristen Stewart. She's trying.
Where did you go?
For any. Fuck, do I really just have to fight this boss and not die? I mean, I can try. Sounds kind of rough, though. Yeah, sun is not down yet, Hitsu. Calm, boy. Calm, boy. How dare you say you wish to be Sophia's backseat while the sun is still out? I don't need the Jumper book series because I heard the books were actually really good, which is the reason why I got fucking adapted in the first place into a movie. But then the movie obviously was not the same. That's a different kind of talent. I don't think Kristen Stewart's a bad actress. Is she great? I don't think she's great. But I don't think she's a bad one, though. There's the one movie we watched recently. Actually, I think we watched it together, Sierra. The, underwater... Wait, is it actually just called... I think it's called Underwater. I was about to say Underwater Sea Fortress thing, but, like, I think the movie is called Underwater. Which is kind of funny. Okay. Fuck! Kage Bunshin no Jutsu in my ass! Nani? What the? We go again. I didn't realize he can fucking shadow clone itself, or that's a wood clone, I guess technically. That was really funny, actually. When it came out with 2 of them, I was like, oh god, it's like the prequels. Now there's 2 of them. I thought it was done for. Hey, Cookies. How are you doing today? How's your Friday going? No, but yeah, I don't think... She's improved a lot. I'll give her that. She's improved a lot. But back then, there was a lot of work to be had. Oh my god, I was so close. I was so close. I just woke up from a nap. Well, I hope you had a great nap. I slept, and I got spam called by a whole bunch of, I believe, spammers who were trying to get my identity by asking me questions related to school and like personal backgrounds, like where's your address, what's your degree in, like asking me like stereotypical things like that, because I picked up one call and I was half asleep and they were trying to talk to me, and they were making it sound like they were gonna apply for jobs for me, I think, and I was like, what, who is this, who are you, why are you talking to me? I think there's been a lot more. Yeah, if I did the orange meteor attack, I probably would have killed it. But I want to save the mana, though. I mean, I had the bubble. I just had to fucking hit it. And I panicked from stress. I am so fucking stupid. I am so fucking stupid. Nigga's my freebie. Okay. That was an attack that killed me. That attack also almost killed me. That attack definitely killed me. Got me. If I don't recognize a number, I don't answer, and if they don't leave a voicemail, I block it. Yeah, that's what I try to do. But I was half asleep, and my mom had just sent me a text, so I thought it was her. Like, she just sent me a text, so I thought that was her calling. And then I was like, what the fuck is this? I was so lost. I was half asleep. I was kind of annoyed, actually, because I was trying to get sleep. And I was getting messages and calls and everything. I was like, just let me sleep in peace. My body's still sore. It actually is still sore. But then I was like, whatever, fuck it. It's too heckin' cold up. It's cold where I'm at, but we like turning the heat up a lot in this house. So it's not cold for me ever. That being said, I am wearing a long sleeve shirt. Maybe I need more resource intensive game. When I stream, it gets really hot. Bobo, when he was in the room last night, you could tell that he was hot. He wanted to dip out. I don't blame him. I would too. Who do I work for? Who do you work for? What's your mother's maiden name? Out of curiosity, can you tell us that real quick? No. Why not? We're just trying to help you find a job, bro. We're looking out for you. Stop being so stingy and just tell us. And the thing I didn't like is how the person was like rushing me in the call. Like, what the fuck? I am trolling. Whatever. Bitch. Massive damage! Getsuga Tensho, motherfucker! He thought having two of you would make you stronger, but in reality, it made you weaker. Give me my shit. Bubble tier and a crystal tier. I don't know what these do. Resource intensive game, you say? Monster Hunter World will turn your PC into an airplane when heat doesn't work, which I don't mind very much because I like cold. The problem with me, if it gets too cold, I get sleepy. If it gets too hot, I feel lethargic. Like, I don't mind being sleepy. If it's too cold, I just get sleepier and I just bundle up and like I try to force myself to do stuff. But like, if it's too hot, I get lethargic, I get sweaty. And I also think I have some sort of like reaction to heat for some reason because some childhood bullshit. So I think if I am in the heat for too long, I get like rashes. So I'm quite sensitive to heat. I like the heat, but only because I get to do cool things, I guess. But then it's really weird because I take really hot showers a lot of the times. I don't know. I don't know. No, I said it in like in a grudgingly way. I don't like keeping the house really hot. They keep the house in like the 80s. I definitely prefer it if it's in the 60s. Like, I do 69 because it's nice. It's 69. There's not much logic to it other than it's just 69. But oh god, I'm blanking. Is that all for this stuff then? Surely it's not. There has to be more. Gold. Super hot showers are nice. It's different for me though than like a hot room, for example. Hot rooms are very different than a hot shower, in my opinion. But yeah, I definitely got it already. Hello, sir. Goodbye, sir. Come again another day, sir. I'm trying to head towards the bonfire over here. Alas, but it doesn't work. 68, I think, is a good temperature. I believe my parents have deemed that too cold and keep it at 70. I think 68 is fine. 68 is like a sweet spot, honestly. Fucking sneeze! You weak nose! Just let it out! Ah, fucking hate it. Just let it out. Okay, dexterity, I get 2 and 1. Strength, I get 3 in that one alone. So I'm gonna go for dexterity, cause fuck you. Too much hot or cold air will cause her to have coughing fits, and the nurse Tally will have to spring into action. Let's see. I mean, 70's fine. I don't mind 70. Alright. Use the bird's eye telescope. What am I looking for? What am I bird eyeing? Well, I mean, I guess the only way forward is forward, right? We're about to Susume this shit. Susume! Oh, but you said yours is on 60 constantly, right? Cookies? If it was actually just 60 the entire time, that might be a bit too cold for me. Like it being like the in between where it's like too cold but also too hot. Oh, hold up. Where are you? Where are you, buddy? I'm gonna cut you off. Susume! Fuck! Fuck! Okay, I need to be faster. Faster! There we go. Oh, I finally got it! The seppuku! We're just from like 55 to 62. Oh god, 55 is too much. 55 is too much. Now I would be wearing a fucking like jacket and like all kinds of different things constantly. Like I would be fully decked out in heat gear. Low key. 55 in the house is too much. I finally got the seppuku. I've seen everyone and like everyone and their mothers use it. I want it. So it's afraid of fucking fog! Borealis, the freezing fog? Who? Oh, it's a dragon. That's different. That's a lot different. Alright, I'm coming. I'm coming for you, dragon. I'm a dragon slayer! Okay. Playing locked camera on a boss like this is kind of cringe! Okay. Oh my fuck. I missed the Getsuga Tensho. Fuck me. If I had my bubble, I probably could have lived that specific attack. Instead, I lost it because I fucking panicked. I almost first tried it. God damn it. That was a fun. I like dragons in this game. Oh shit, Kershaw. Hello. How have you been? What have you been playing? You were playing something recently, and I was lurking, but I forgot what it was already. What the fuck were you playing? I don't remember. I'm blanking right now. Oh, that's right. That's why I was trying not to remember. I realized you were playing Ragnarok, and I was like, nah, spoilers. I'll lurk, but spoilers. I remember now. Where are my souls? Yeah, just don't get hit easily. I have a comforter and a soft throw blanket on my bed at night when it gets to 50s. Yeah, you definitely need like all the equipment possible to make it through those fucking temperatures for sure. Now, I really want to play Ragnarok. I don't have a PS5 though. I know I can technically play on the PS4, but I don't want my PS4 to turn into a burnt PS4, I guess. This is a really cool way for like a dragon boss to enter though, actually, thinking about it. I definitely can't see shit. Well, that's not a good start. You killed the jellyfish? Oh, you're fucked up, my friend. Oh, I'm fucked already from the start. Rude. What did I even die to? I has hot snacks, not can be warm. Yeah, I like to hear it. Hype? There was in fact no hype. That was in fact insta-death. It's not that the PS4 is really outdated. I think the PS4 is still really good tech. It's just... it's Ragnarok. Like, it's a very intensive game. That's all it really is. PS4 sounds like an airplane. Yeah, I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to blow up my PS4 just for Ragnarok. Although I do really want to play the game. I can't comfortably play the game at its current value. Like I can't spend that much money to be playing games right now. I'm broke. Gotta be smarter about my decisions. I was hoping it would stagger him, but then he moved his head out of the way, so all I got was the magic touch instead of like the bonk as well. Oh well. In my experience, without proper care, they will sound like an airplane, but also people leave apps running, the game running, which in turn runs. That makes sense. I know a lot of people probably do. I don't use my PS4, so I probably don't have that effect. But it does actually play really well. I hear maybe it's the memes. I heard too much of the memes, and it makes me worried. If it does play really well, I might. Yeah, I almost first tried this dragon, and now I'm just memeing. We're memeing now. It's meme territory. Sup, my friend? Dude, the dragon's like scream. The hitbox on it goes all the way to his like back footsies. What the fuck? How rude. Or hold up. Am I still counting deaths? Hell yeah, I am. Hell yeah, I am. In this game alone, there's been a total of 1,738 scripted deaths. Oi, dickhead! I don't want to attack the nice jellyfish. Fucking dick move. Now they're angry at me. How dare my character have an opinion that is wrong? I mean, yeah, that's just normal, I think, for gaming systems. Especially as the technology gets more advanced over time. Whew. Oh, you're fucking kidding me. Bro, what the fuck? Wait, oh, I lost my bubble earlier. I fucking forgot. Oh my god, I forgot when I lost it. Exactly, but I lost it. I thought I could live sudden bullshit attacks like that. When did I lose it? I don't remember. So much closer that time, though. That was a lot more well managed, I think. I don't know why I'm fighting this boss. It's just, it appeared in front of me, so I'm gonna kill it. I don't know why I'm going to, but that's just how it is. I can't see through this dense fog. Otherwise, hey boo, how are you? Motherfucker. Damn, okay. That hurt. Oh, I see my souls. I see it. I see it. I see it. They're all the way on this rock. Honestly, fucking lucky. Sorry, horsey. But that was fucking lucky. I thought it was done. Ugh. I need to not worry about my souls as much. I threw my lead. Whatever potential lead I had, I threw it away. Because I panicked about my runes. Which, I mean, it's not... It's understandable, I guess. I fell asleep on the couch. Felt cold. It's funny that we were talking about heat and cold, and then you fell asleep on the couch because you were cold. It's kind of funny. It's also late for you, though, isn't it, hun? Ugh, my hair is getting in my eyes. I need a haircut. I need a haircut. I need a haircut. Once I can see you properly, we'll play the game. You killed the jellyfish, not I! If that ain't some bullshit! Didn't hit me though. Oh, yeah. That's bullshit. That was actually bullshit, though. Fuck. I lost my bubble. Oh, my God. Nice! Get your attention! Nice. Fell asleep on the couch. I felt cold. Dalek. That's not a Dalek, but we did it. We did it. There's no more fogs in this area. Look at me. I just cured this place of fogs. I feel like a hero. I sounded like one? Wait, I did? Is my mic bugging out? Like, did I sound like a proper Dalek there? Is my sound quality just ass nowadays? Not Mike? And then how... Like, was it just the way I was speaking? Did I sound like a Dalek? I did not kill the jellyfish. Maybe. I've been low-key missing Doctor Who a little bit, so maybe that's why. Oh, there's two of them. Yeah, giant ice lobsters. I thought there's only one. There was two. Silly me. I mean, there's no giant dragon to worry about. At least. That was our dinner, SMH. I'm sorry. I let dinner go. I died to our dinner. Silly. What is that? Wait, what is that? How did this thing die? Just died in there. I don't understand why there's like spirits of animals just chilling and walking around still. I'm also kind of very afraid of this ice lake or whatever it is just cracking and we fall underneath and die. Definitely afraid of that. I think this is denoting the dragon earlier. But we killed the dragon. If I were some souls, where would I go? Oh, fuck off. I don't want to lose these souls by any means. I'm trying my best to make sure I don't lose these souls. Heck. I think there's an item I can actually use to make sure I keep the souls. But I forgot what item that is. Whoopsie. Alright, whatever. You wanna go to Red Lobster? We can go sometime when you're here. There's a couple places I want to take you to. I'll take you to a couple of burger joints. I want to take you to some Italian restaurants, including Olive Garden, the fast food Italian version. Red Robin was really good. I enjoyed Red Robin. Five Guys, I'm less excited to go to. Take her to McDonald's? Yeah, I'll take you to McDonald's. You want to try some chicken nuggies? Hey, Zeph. That's funny. And though if I went to McDonald's, I'd probably get McFlurry. Though they don't hit the same way they do here as they do in Norway. I miss the non-stop McFlurries a lot. Alright, dickheads, fuck you. Fuck dinner. I'm starving today. I need to find a bonfire first if I want to... There we go. A bonfire. There's one right here the entire time. The McDonald's Spice, the best drink everywhere. I haven't had a McFlurry in many years. Oh, I fucking love McFlurry. I love me some McFlurries. That gives me +1 and +1. Oh no, I think Dex is capped now too. I'm getting hard capped. Fuck it. Strength it is. Trying to hard cap me? I'll hard cap you. How have you been, Zeph? What's going on in your life? Hiya, friends. How's your Friday going? Hope you're having a good Friday, Zeph. Can we shout out Zeph as well, by the way? He's a good egg. Also, can you shout out Sierra, Tally? Give them both the dorky stream treatment, because they're both dorks, and we love them. Oh my Dickens! Oh my Dickens! Yeah, that's enough to level up strength. 1+2. Dexterity is just literally +2 for that. Intelligence is +1 for that.
Shield's almost broken.
Ooh! 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 God damn, that was kind of spicy. What the fuck? Hold on, let me catch up on chat. Sorry, I was looking at the clip. I've been good. I've just been playing God of War in extreme mode. Extreme mode is hard. It's really hard, but it is fun. Are you trying to do everything? It's my blind playthrough and it's a lot of deaths. I felt that. Oh look, I remember this. Yes, he did it. Oh, he felt it. I felt that. I felt that exact one. Fuck that boss. Fuck that boss. Fuck that boss. Fuck that boss. I felt it. I felt it. I felt it. Oh, I'm so proud of you. I am so proud of you. Holy shit. You finished Persona 5 Royale as well? That's great. Oh, you had an interview. That's awesome. I hope it went well. I'd hire you in a heartbeat for many reasons. All good. That was such a cute giggle in the clip. Yeah, when Seth had a giggle there. Happy Friday. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Flight. How are you doing? How's life treating you? I hope you're doing well. Nice to see your face too. Hope you've been well. It's so seldom that I get to see either Zeph or Flight pop in. You get Golden League. Congrats. Golden League is championship skin. Enjoy. This was the only boss I ever tilted. American Water do be shite. I felt that. I felt that. I felt that. It's a sacred tear. Oh, all right. I was going to check something. I forgot. I had the... First of all, we need to level up our flask, right? Secondly, we need to check these. Because I got something. Sure, Opaline. Crimson Crystal Tear restores half. No, I don't think it was that. Temporarily boost max HP. Steadily restores HP for a time. It's kind of cool. Oh, that's what I got though. I'm gonna get the Cerulean Hidden Tier. Eliminates all FP consumption in mixed physique. Oh, I got this. Restores HP when near death and mixed physique. It's kind of nice. What do I have right now? I have Bubble Shield, temporarily boosts all damage negation, and physiques. I'm not sure how to say it. I keep saying physique, but it's like probably not. Oh, that one stops rune loss on death. That would have been nice to know that I had that. Cool. No, I'm the same way. I'm the same way. In League, I hit gold just because I wanted the championship skin this season. I didn't know what the I had an itch to play League again, and I played a little bit of it. But once I hit gold, I was like, all right, fuck it, I'm not playing again. When I got tipsy off of the one mojito because I refused to drink water during our... Yeah, I remember that. That was so cute. Equality, bitch. She was when Sophia. If anyone doesn't know, when Sophia gets a little bit tipsy, she is the absolute fucking cutest. She's so fucking cute when she's tipsy. Good clean water to our mud pool. You'll definitely. No, I was surprised you taste the difference in the soda. I know there is a difference in water, but I don't know. You could taste. I don't drink soda much. That's the reason why. Reasons why I want to go to get soda at food places. I like Fanta. I can't drink it because it hurts my throat, but I like Fanta. Yeah, but I know I can hit diamond. Yeah, I know I can hit diamond in League as well. I've done it before. It's just, do I want to? Not really. Don't really want to. I hit diamond in Overwatch. Did I want that? Yeah. Can I climb for higher ranks? I probably could. I don't think I'm that rusty. But I might be good here too. You're mine, lobster! Oh, fuck off. I literally just got done healing. Oh, fuck off. In Valorant, I'm so bad. Oh, you're Masters right now in Overwatch? Nice. Like, I was top 500 for a bit. But in Overwatch 2, I'm diamond, and I'm thinking to myself, like, do I really want to grind? Because one of the reasons why I stopped playing ranked was because of Overwatch. I hated grinding in it. Especially because I always have to deal with toxic people. Although now in this case, I was playing, and it seems like the issue now is that there's less toxic people, maybe, but more so people who just don't use their mics. And that also irks me a lot. Like, you're playing competitively. You should try. So when they don't use their mics, I'm like, why are you playing? Nice. Not enough. Yeah, there's toxic people in arcade, though. That's the funny thing. Toxic people in arcade. Instead of Russian roulette, it's American roulette. The bad water and the bad soda. Not right now. I completely forgot the context of that. But in Valorant, I think right now I'm Ascendant, but I haven't played. I want to play more of it, but I don't want to do it alone. I want to play with a friend. And the friend I play with, I don't know what his schedule's like at all. He's just constantly busy. Dickhead. Hitsuga Tensho! Hitsuga's so sorry, dude. Alright. Now it's 1v1. I can deal with this. What do you mean not Masters right now? I'm not. We all know I'm not Masters right now. I could probably grind for it. I'm not sure if I really want to, though. It went to sleep and then it jumped up. It faked out. It's sleeping. It faked out it falling asleep. I don't think I can get back into Overwatch without a friend. No, I felt that. That's the only reason why I was playing Overwatch to begin with recently. There's a couple of friends that were playing it. I will kill both of these lobsters. If I have to. Yeah. React! React to my attack! Okay, listen, Sophia. Normal lobsters don't do that. Okay? Did I just get friendzoned by my fiance? No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about ranked. You don't play ranked, silly. Lobsters are harder than the most difficult of bosses. I rank in spirit. Okay, dear. Let me. Oh my god. You only knew how cringe that was just now. I just got to fucking riposte him like I wanted to. Cringe. They must experience good cooking without the pepper spray bomb. Me? I don't cook. No, no, no. You guys have to play together in spirit. If you ever want to play Zeph sometime, I'm not sure what you're up to normally, what your schedule's like. Just reach out to me. My schedule has been a lot more free recently, so I can actually play more often. Oh yeah, fucking. I don't know what the fuck I was doing. Do you see what I must do just to get you your food, dear? See how hard it is? I'm gonna cash out on the coaching sessions in Valo Hitsu. Cash out. I actually did it. I tried doing a Fiverr thing. That reminded me. I tried doing a Fiverr thing. I was gonna coach on people how to play Valorant in Fiverr, just for some side income, because I could, but I wasn't. I was only able to get one session ever, which I'm not like really disappointed about. It was a really fun session. It's just that's all I got. Oh. God, these are so fucking annoying. Fuck off. I rolled. Nobody's making you seafood. Greatest fiance. Good food takes time. Yeah, it takes time. But my point is, recently I've been trying to do this thing instead, where I want people to feel comfortable submitting VODs to me. Because there's the thing I kind of want to do where I review a VOD on stream, just 'cause I think that'd be really fun. Do like a VOD review. But no one has felt comfortable enough yet to do that. Because I do like seeing my friends get better in Valorant a lot, actually. If you don't let me get inside this, guys! That sounded very wrong for a second there. I can just play by myself most days, but I mean, that's what I'm saying though. Like, if you ever want to hang out, Zeph, you're a good person. You're a great friend. We don't get to talk enough. I will not be opposed to hanging out. Feel free to reach out sometime. It sounds kind of sad, but I mostly I enjoy competitive games by myself. It's not sad. I mean, that technically is kind of a part of the nature of competitive games, because everyone is placed differently based on how good they are or not. And even though it would be fun to play with friends, sometimes you literally just cannot. Fuck off. There has to be a way I can get this lobster to come to me. I haven't. Okay, I got a proper idea. I get how they do it now. I get how they do it. Check this out. I get it. I was watching this YouTube video in between that def right now, and I figured out how they do it. I finally understand. Hold up. Is that the wrong arrow? Hold up. Mesamae! You're falling asleep again? Good night, dear. I'm sorry I can't get you, lobster. I'm trying. I'm trying to get you, lobster. I'm trying so hard. Can't take over toxic Sophia now? Oh, of course you can. Sophia is so toxic. Jokes. Have I tried dodging? I should have. Oh my Dickens. It's over. She's eating jellyfish for breakfast. I can't find a way to single out these lobsters. In a 1v1, it's a lot more manageable, but in a 2v2, they're so annoying. But I have to. For Sophia. I don't have to. But I have to. So I'm gonna go for my other tactic, which is the fuck everything. Yeah. Fuck you, lobster. Okay, I'll take that. I won't take that. Let's go! There's your lobster, dear! I had to go fucking ape shit crazy for a second. Piece of cake! Strips of some white flesh for you. Just jelly toast, please. Alright, we dodged. I listened to the advice and we dodged. And it worked. That's crazy. I should just listen this entire time. Backseat gaming is allowed. Who knew it was so easy? I just had to trust the chat. So silly of me. I hope I made you proud, Sophia, even though you're sleeping now. I hope I made you proud. Fuck, man. Why was that so damn difficult for me? It's like the only spot that has random ass lobsters. They didn't even drop anything. They just gave me 2 strips of white flesh. Like, that's it. All that work for some meat, basically. But we got it, though. See, little funnel of air there. I'm gonna explore just a smidge more before I jump up that funnel of air, though. I see a giant dog. I see giant dogs. Can't say I like those. Okay, so this does lead somewhere. Seems like. Cool beans. Oh, this leads somewhere too. Lord Contenders, Evergoal. Fuck it. Let's do it. It's gonna summon something. I don't know what, but it's gonna summon something. God damn, he hurts. Ooh, okay. Oh, fuck, that was close. I was juggling quite a bit there, though. I was messing up my juggle a little bit. Juggling my items incorrectly and stuff. Too many things to do at once to process. That made me a little bit heavier than I wanted to be. Where doth my souls be? Okay, I'm ready this time. Get your potential! Get your potential! Get wrecked, nerd. That happened. I don't know when this happened, but it happened. Nanny. Come on. Oh, jeez, Louise. What? That hit me? If that wasn't some residual bullshit I just witnessed. I'll take it. Round table, Knight Vike. Goodbye. Thank you for the Dragon Bolt, the Fingerprint Helm, the Fingerprint Armor, the Fingerprint Gauntlets, the Fingerprint Greaves, and of course, most importantly, the runes. I appreciate the runes. Cool beans. Now where? There must be a simpler way of traversing these crazy areas. Oh god, it's gonna throw a whole bunch of bombs at me. No? Okay. Falling snow marks something unseen. Falling snow marks something unseen? Man, just be a good little weird creature and just take my hit. Thank you. Old Fang. So falling snow does something. Falling snow marks something unseen. I'm guessing there's something invisible around here. I really need to pee. Low key. we were over there earlier. Pretty sure, right? Yeah, we were over there earlier, and we had an issue coming over to this side. But this here puzzle says falling snow marks something unseen. Seek behind and then try bridge. Seek behind and then try bridge? I kind of see... I see something there. There's something there. No way up, though. Falling snow marks something unseen. That's what that's specifically saying, right? What it could mean, though? Like, I see... Oh. Oh. There's a lot of blood stains there. People falling off. So what you're telling me is... I need to get above whatever that side is. Again. In order to walk across. Okay. Well, with that being said, I need to... I almost hit it in the bush. Moshi Mosh, hey, want it? I need to go hide in this bush real quick. And I'll be right back. I need to pee really badly. Really badly. Hey, want it? How are you doing, though? Tell me about your Friday real quick. I'll read it when I come back. Also, I'm going to run an ad because I'm supposed to do that when I'm gone. I'll be right back. I love you guys. Nothing's happening. Just peeing. Let me grab my phone. Time for some bush beating. Oh my god. Well, I'm back. Friday's been alright, mostly just working on the house. How so? How are you working on that house? I've been good. I don't have a gym to go to right now because I do not have a vehicle. Well, my battery is dead, so I'm waiting for someone to come home. I'm with yoink their car. And then go to the gym. Thank you, thank you. I could have sworn I heard like random people outside one of the rooms downstairs. That's kind of interesting. Kind of intriguing. But what I'm trying to find now is another Grace. But yeah, what are you working on in the house? Some sort of project? That's deaf. Remodeling putting up some cabinets in the kitchen? That sounds nice. Hopefully it goes well. If you ever want to share like these photos in the Discord, actually, you're more than welcome to. It's always nice to see what people are working on. Among other things. Oh, a bonfire. Perfect. Exactly what I needed. We're touching some grace, my friends. We're touching some grace. Oh, I didn't talk to Melina yet.
We're almost there. The flame of ruin lies just ahead. I'm glad it was you I traveled with. I must tender my thanks to Torrent, too. Thank you, Torrent. Please continue to lend your aid. Till the end.
I'm pretty sure there's still a lot of stuff I'm missing out on. She's making it sound like the end of the game's like right here. Is that true? Hope it's not. I can't let this game end just yet. Not yet. Well, there's still all sorts of things I haven't found yet. Close. That's my regular Cortana. I'm sure on that one too. Okay. Well, I do want to try though. Let's put the regular katana on. Cortana.
Back already, no matter.
Ash of War. Ash of War duplication. Can you do that? Ash of War, Uchikatana. I want to put you on. Just in case, let me duplicate this one too. Alright, Ash of War, Uchikatana. I'll make you do the seppuku. Right.
Greeting, are you here for spirit?
Ooh, I'm so sorry. Stretching for a second there. I never realized where this girl went, or where the fucking stinky poo guy went. This guy died and he passed away. From something. It was stinky. Stinky and died. Stinky and died.
There are 4 more, damn it. Nicola of his twin, Maluna Princess Rani, and Rani is said to have saw here if you should learn it. I'll trade. We both desire such.
Okay. That gives me Somber Tasting Stone 6. Buy that. I'm not sure what I need it for, but I'll buy it. Fuck it. I still don't really know what a rune arc does. I need to pop one. I haven't popped one officially. But that's besides the point. Alright, so I know I need to... There's a bridge here that I want to get to. Right? There's a bridge there and it leads to that. It's the fastest way to get there. I think technically this route, right? Ooh. It buffs your stats depending on something else, I think. I don't remember too well though. Yeah, no, I really don't know what it's supposed to do. I feel like I should have it in my inventory. I have a whole bunch. I'm gonna pop one. I have 29 of them. Oh, it increases my HP too. Oh, that's kind of nice actually. I could use that because I don't have much HP to begin with. I could use that. That should be in my inventory. And it probably does other stuff too. I should use that. How silly of me. I don't know how close I am to the end of the game. That's something that worries me. Because I still want to explore and kill like as many like cool and unique bosses that I can. Which I know I don't think I've done yet. That moon's pretty fucking cool. It's a cool moon. But there's also... Oh, there's a fucking bonfire here. A grace. I keep calling it a bonfire, but I found a grace. I'm about to sneeze. Yeah. I also do not know. Let's see. Strength. Oh, this is a bit misleading right now. Oh, I want to see this. I haven't used this one yet. Oh! I'll try something. Hold up. Can you use the weapon art or something if it's in the other hand? If I can. So I can, actually. It took me a while to figure that out, but I can. I actually can. So. Which one does more damage? I think this one technically does more damage, but this one need more arcane. One plus one. I guess +2 on that. Intelligence gives me +1 on that. Dexterity gives me 1 + 3. Strength gives me 1 + 1. It only gives me +1. I'm gonna go for Dex here. I think I can't fully process this. Is my damage worse? 213 + 200 versus I can always switch it out, right? Right. Right. Though I can have build up on one hand and magic on the other hand. Is the idea. Build up with one and magic the other one. Let's see what these sad and pathetic skelly boys are doing up here. What are they up here for? Oh, okay, I see. They're just here to be sad and pathetic. Long lost souls, unable to come across to the world of the living. There's a higher road. Unlike others, we don't just walk to our deaths because we're smart. We're cool. We're big brain. Are really cool. Okay. Kind of spicy, but we made it in. We're chilling. Just kind of exploring a little bit here. Cause you never know where I'm gonna accidentally walk in somewhere and just get murked by some crazy bullshit. Okay. Yeah, we're always chilling. Because we take our time. We take the time to think about our mistakes, our actions, our decisions. And we're like, yeah, we'll be fine as long as we play it right. Oh! I think this one ring might be really useful. A ring that like continuously builds up our HP. I'm doing this kind of build. That work out really well. Founding Rain of Stars. Okay. What am I supposed to do with that? Is that something important for like the little star area, maybe? The little star girl? How? How do I look at the information about it? The eldest primeval sorcery said to discovered by an ancient astrologer, a sorcery of legendary status. Summons a dark cloud to stars overhead. Shortly after, the cloud will release a violent deluge of star rain. The sorcery can be cast while in motion. Charging increases potency. Thought to be the founding glintstone sorcery. The glimpse of the primeval current that the astrologer saw became real, and the stars amber rained down on this island. We are one intelligence short of it, I think. Funnily enough. Can't I just TP? Interesting. Yeah, brain too smooth. Brain too smooth. We don't fall for trickery. Nah, as I say, brain too smooth. Am I gonna regret popping all my souls right now? I think I am, actually. I don't think I have anywhere near enough to level up. Maybe, actually. Maybe not, actually. Using 600. So we kill some folks in this general vicinity. And then we level up. I want to try something after we level up. What the fuck was that? Ooh. Ooh, we jumped over those flames like it was nothing. Because it was nothing. I'm too cool to die to shit like that. Fuck. Okay. Here's a good thing. I learned something recently that will help me. Bang. Hey, Snake. How are you? How be you?
Moshi moshi.
Moshi moshi. How are you doing, Snake? Let me see. I need to mix the Wondrous Flask. Take that. Either one where I do not die. I don't lose it for dying. I mean. Okay. That's not really what I wanted to do. Got it. Oh, really? That sounds kind of broken. Pop got worse, nearly lost voice. But other than that, I'm okay. Well, that sounds not too bad. I hope you feel better soon. We care about you. We don't want you to be sick. How was your birthday, though? Did it turn out well? Did you have a good birthday yesterday? I hope so. It was really fun playing with you. Honestly. There's a lot of flame alchemists around these parts. Those giants. Am I gonna regret this? Better not. Map, mountaintops of the giants. Just touch the grace real quick. Birthday was good, and yeah, Hummel was fun. Next time we need more people. Yeah, if we have a full lobby, it'll be fucking great. I can tell. I know for a fact it will be a blast. Flame Peak. It's really making it sound like. It's about to go down. Okay. Oh, it doesn't attack him? Thank you. There it is. At least it's not COVID. Test. Yeah, yeah, I remember you telling us that. If it was COVID, that'd be very unfortunate, to say the least. Oh, I'm still one short, actually. I'll mess with this build real quick. Raises attribute, but also greatly raises attribute. Yeah, we'll want that. We want the greatly raises attribute. I think I want that as well if we're gonna use the seppuku build, so it slowly rebuilds our HP. Raises maximum HP, stamina. And then I think for the last ring, we'll do something that slowly regenerates my HP. Which I'm pretty sure exists. I remember that happening. Oh. There's definitely an item that made me regenerate HP. Was it a ring? I'm not seeing the ring. Was it a helmet then? Hold up. Helmets do that? I think it's very possible. There's a. I thought it was a ring. I thought it was a ring too. Hey, Hina, how are you doing? Stop by to say hello. How are you? I hope you're having a fantastic Friday. Hope you're doing well. I am currently looking for some shenanigans. There's some really cool specific ways you can do builds in this game, it seems like. Quite interesting. This increases my strength. That's why I'm using that. Okay, it has to be a ring. I think I'm trolling. I'm missing this somehow. Recovers H, slowly restores HP. There we go. How slowly? Slowly. Not too bad. Raise maximum HP, stamina, and equip load. Do I want this? Or do I want... raise defense? I think it's better to go with the +1 thing, right? Probably gives me more HP than defense anyways. Slowly restores HP. This one greatly raises my attributes, but increases the damage taken. Not too worried about that. Because as long as I'm full HP... Successive attacks restore HP. I want to try something. Can you hit that sugar? Kylie Jenner is my bae. Are you saying Suga or Suga? I get both quite often. Also, what's up, Kylie Jenner? Or Kylie Jenner's bae, I should say. How the fuck? I looked at the hotel manager from Home Alone 2. I honestly don't remember what he looks like, so hopefully that's a good thing, because I have no fucking clue. Ah, fuck. Okay. Alright, I'm not sure how useful the successive attack thing is, because does it like build up the more I attack, the more I heal or something? But what's up, Kylie Jenner? Or not Kylie Jenner, like I said. Kylie Jenner's bae. Are you having a good Friday? This, then this. Sure, we'll do this. It's like not regenning at all, actually. I mean, I think it is, but like it's very, very small. Excessive attacks restore HP. Unless I'm just not hitting him. It's like that, huh? Like, I'm not sure. Like, I need to see how much it actually affects the stats, because that seems kind of useless compared to like the other stats. I could just use other stats and just heal up instead, I feel like, you know? What the fuck do I want to do? I don't think. I think it's jack shit. And if that's the case, then I do like the auto heal. It is kind of nice. It's kind of hard to play around though, considering I just heal up. So I think it's just probably better for me to do something else then. I can greatly raise my HP instead. And increase my defense or attack. Or is attack power when HP is at maximum? Raises defense when HP is at maximum. I don't think it raises my attack by that much, but I'll try it. I'll try something. $13.48. 881. $11.54. Oh, that's actually quite a bit. That's quite a bit, actually. It's not a bad one, then. I like that one. It probably works well with defense as well. If I'm getting one shot still, maybe I rock that instead. But if I'm not getting one shot, then I play this. Play this route. I want to see how much I can heal, though, if I'm going to go this route. So, let's see. I need to do this. Is that... like... That's not... That's pretty close. Alright, let's see how much I heal. Is it a full heal? It is. So I just play around this, I think. I think this is good. This place is fucking gigantic, man. I'm not sure how close I am to the end of the game. There's this entire area I realized I haven't seen yet. Is this intentional? Is there actually shit here? Fuck me. Fuck me, dude. Alright, what was I gonna do? We walked inside here. Got inside. I don't have enough intelligence yet to use the damn thing. So I guess you just go back to this castle thing over here. Classic death. Ugh. If you got more HP back, I was thinking like Bloodborne. I think like when you attack and you get a shit ton of HP back. That's what I was thinking, but that's obviously not the case. TP back here. It's getting pretty dark. I just noticed my room getting darker. It was so much brighter earlier. So the idea would be I do this. Wait, how do I do it? I just press triangle first. Fucking awful. I am fucking awful. Okay, forget all the fumbling around for now. Let's see. I do think the other katana does a bit more damage. But this one, by default, I think makes people bleed more often. Which is kind of busted in its own right. I'm not sure how the numbers actually compare, but I am quite curious. Okay, hold on. I need to practice doing this. No. No. Okay, I'm ready now. You one-shot my stupid ass. In a heartbeat, he said, "Who are you? What? Who are you? I do not deserve to deal with some dumb shit right now." Kind of a fire attack, actually. What the fuck is that? That's kind of cool. Oh, damn. I don't know what that was, but that's kind of cool. I'm gonna try the other thing. The defense one. Defense against the dark arts. It wasn't blood like actually super fucking broken though back then. I thought I would really get to find out much besides casual katana use. Triangle, L1. There we go. Blue was so nasty at launch. That's kind of cool though. I thought I was out of his range. I should just rolled. Oh my god, I'm not out of his range. I'm in his range. I should keep it at least in PvE. Oh, do they nerf it because of PvP? Is that what it is? That makes a lot of sense, I guess. Something's busted in PvP and they're like, okay, time to chill out. I don't deal with you guys. You guys are really annoying, low key. You guys have god tier range for nobodies and thick damage. I started bleed build just because I thought it was aesthetically pleasing and loved it for that reason. I mean, it is pretty fucking cool. The seppuku attack is pretty troll, but it's still cool though. What? My eye. This guy's like a mini boss, low key, the way he fights. Because it was the meta. What can I say? I'm quirky. I mean, I can get not doing bleed because it's the meta. Oh, I didn't lose my runes. Get fucked, nerd. I need to use that more. It's kind of busted. What? My damage is just a touch weaker. And that's because I need to level up my regular katana. But I think if I did that, the damage wouldn't be that bad. That man gave you firehead. Yeah, it was so... God, I was in heat. After that experience, oh man. Wait, hold up. It's triangle, then that. Oh, it doesn't pop my bubble? That's kind of cool. Okay. Not exactly how I wanted this to start playing out. But we can do it this way. I'm not afraid to cheese your ass like this. Thank you. I am not afraid to be a fucking dickhead. He's lost. He's lost. We got him, boys. Well, if that wasn't the most cappy bullshit I've ever seen in my life. You're telling me he got staggered. But not really. I didn't beat the game, so, you know, give and take. That's fine. That's fair. I get it. I don't blame you. I also have not been in the game after God knows how long I've been playing this game. Bro, just fall off. Bro, just fall off. Why are you trying? Just die. Actually, I have an idea. I don't know if I can reach that, and if I get too close, I might disappear. Just gonna blow up. We're gonna blow it up the good old way. Ash of War, prelate's charge. Somebody's charging. Do I hear something? I feel like I hear a sound. I'm not entirely sure what it is. Smoldering butterfly. It's an interest in some sort of castle. Obvio. I don't know, I just remembered fucking the one thing. Oh! Just in case I have to deal with some bullshit. That's why I popped it. Because I really don't know. It seemed like there was some bullshit, but I don't know what happened. There's a guy that was red. Just a rat chilling there. I mean, I guess that's kind of cool that they have random enemies just chilling at places sometimes. It's not necessarily random. Like, it makes sense that they're there. It's just scroll. That's all. That other rat just scared the fuck out of me. I jumped when it hit me. I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. It made me jump. I was like, oh, I didn't see anything else, and then it just got fucking booped. Holy shit, that made me jump a little bit. My heart rate definitely spiked. Woke me up a bit. What the fuck? What the fuck? No destruction ahead. Okay, how do I go up? How do I go up? Wait. Actually, that's a good question. How the fuck do I go up? Like a ladder somewhere? Obvio, right? Like it just, for some reason, it just popped in my head, and I'm imagining him now. Obvio. It's another pathway, maybe. Perfect. Thank you for your time. Goodbye, and please die. There is a way to go up there. The question is, how and where? Let's see, so I'm gonna go ahead and... I'm bad. Fuck. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, fuck you guys. You can't attack me in here. Fuck you, doggo. That guy's still here. I don't know what his ordeal is. Thank you. I guess. It feels like there's a way to get up there, and I am blanking on the how right now. Like a potentially obvious way of getting up there. Not this time. Not this time. Is that a ladder? It is a ladder. Okay, now I see how we get up here. No, it's not very noticeable. To say the least. To say the least. There's a whole bunch of these flame guardians that look like they're invaders, but they're not really invaders, are they? Nani? Something's not right there. Something ain't right here. Are you ready, butthole? Fucking degens. Holy shit. That's funny. Okay. Okay, this guy seems kind of fucking insane. Fuck. Fuck. Okay. We zoom. We zoom. I have a general idea of where to go. So I'm just gonna do it. If you do not get off my dick!
Stanley pushed the follow button. No one is quite sure why, but perhaps he thought something peculiar would happen. How strange.
Thank you so much for the follow.
Welcome, stranger.
I appreciate that. Can't read that yet. Fuck. Hold up. Oh my god, get off my dick! We fight. Holy shit, man. RTL? Thank you so much for that follow. Are you a fan of Elden Ring? Is that how you came across the stream? Out of curiosity. But I appreciate that. Hope you're having a good night, bro. Or not, bro. You can also be a not, bro. Either way, I hope you have a good night. Or you're having a good night. Or a good day. Fucking dickhead. Fucking dickheads. Alright, I forgot that. I should aim. Aiming is important. Okay. Just pop this real quick. And then jump. There we go. No! Alright, so I have time. What the fuck is this guy, man? Okay, he's half HP. I had to play the long range of him because he's fucking bullshit up close. I can tell you that much. What the hell? Can you imagine if I just climb up this and there's like another one just standing on the top? How cringe would it? Is Elden Rings really that cringe? There's no way, right? There's no way. I don't believe it. Whatever. There's an item here. I'll take it. A giant's prayer book. Okay. That sounds kind of cool. Don't know what it does exactly, but it sounds cool. How close am I to leveling up? Because if I am close enough, I want to level up the intelligence so I can use the one spell. And then if I can use the one spell, then maybe I can whatchamacallit. If I can use the one spell, then I can maybe use a star bullshit by the jellyfish that feels things with the stars. Alright, let's just kill this guy real quick. Is that a giant version of a giant? I just noticed. That's what that is. Cool, cool, cool. Thank you. Is that enough, though? I don't know if that's enough or not. I see a stupid hand thing. These are always great. Oh fuck, there's another one casing my ass. Scared the shit out of me for a second there. There we go. Let's see if I can backstab these. Thank you. Thank you. I might be close enough now, but I'm not entirely sure yet. I want to kill like one more solid thing. There's a big one. Oh. That hurt. I almost died. Okay. I think that's enough. I think. I think. That seems like enough, right? Is that a giant statue? The one that like shows you where to go? Am I gonna regret this? I might regret this. I might definitely regret this. I might definitely regret this. It's not gonna enter me into a boss fight right away, and that wouldn't make sense. Giant conquering hero's grave. Nice. Okay. Now I have enough intelligence, so I can maybe do this. Question. Memorize spell. Okay, so maybe we can do the damn star thing, right? How do I use a... Do I need it? How do I use this spell? So I got that. How do I use it? That's what I gotta figure out now. Because I actually have yet to use a spell in this dang game. Like that. I'm pretty sure I need a staff of some sort, right? This work? Oh, it does work. First of all, that's kind of fucking fire. Second of all, that's kind of fucking fire. Yeah, no. Hold up. It won't let me TP out? Really? I can't TP out. Isn't that a little bit, not normal? Right here. I want to go to the jellyfish with the stars, and then maybe if I like do the spell with the stars, it'll listen to me or something. I don't know where I'm going with this. Where exactly am I going? Something question. Where am I going? Oh, that's the long-ass pathway. Okay, so that's the wrong way. See, this is what happens when I don't play the game for a while. Stuff I've done before completely escapes me a little bit. Does anyone know, actually, how to help the jellyfish? The sad jellyfish? Oh, like, breaks my heart. Sister, where have you gone, sister? That one. Because I felt like I needed to drop something or do something or give her something for her to like be chill. That is most definitely not the case. Little love tap on the way out. If you don't know what exactly I'm talking about, I'm heading to the place right now. Yeah, it's quite confusing. And I want to help them because I, for some reason, actually feel some sort of remorse. Bro. Thank you.
Where did you go?
This one.
You promised me you would see the stars. I've been waiting on so long. Forever.
Look at all his tears. Try summoning.
Sister, where did you go?
A proper rune arc. Maybe I'll see something.
Go to see the stars. I've been waiting ever so long. Forever.
I'm pretty sure I know what happened to the family. It does absolutely no damage because I have my staff not leveled up at all. That's funny. I think that's the way. 'Cause I think I know what happened to her. It's so dumb. What do you have to do? User jellyfish summon? I had to summon a jellyfish? Like Ash of War? Is that what you mean? Oh my fucking god, hold up. No shot. Imagine if I read item descriptions properly. For fuck's sake. Well, I know now, at least, I guess. I guess the point of the graveyard is supposed to be like, oh yeah, these are the name of the sisters. Do you remember seeing that name anywhere beforehand? Summoner. Did you look at the items of each and every single item you picked up in this game to decipher the story that's hidden among these amazing terrains? No, you're not even trying. Then summoner. Not summoner's a league thing. Why'd I say summoner twice? Because I'm about to summon her. That's why. Aha. Thank you. Fuck, man.
Where did you go?
Your sister's right here.
Dear sister, you find me here. Let's see the stars.
Question. Does that mean I just lose my item? What's up? How are you doing? You dork? How is Eka? I'll refrain from using names. IRL. Because online identities. Oh, that's it. A primal glintstone blade. Wow. What is that? What actually is that? Nanny. Just got off work and I'm bored. Might as well watch and do homework. Well, I hope homework goes well. I'm just playing Elden Ring. I'm waiting for... I'm waiting for a vehicle to come home. Then I'm gonna head to the gym. Cause no gym yet today. Wait, what the fuck did I just pick up? Like, actually. What, you're playing Elden? I never would have guessed. Yeah, I know it. Believe it or not, this is Elden Ring. It's a fucking beautiful game. Amazing. Let's read this item description that I picked up earlier. Fucking hell, I don't know how to properly read item descriptions properly. Apparently. No, I get it. How do I... There we go. It's square. I press square. Great sword patterned after the black steeple, the hell fiend, the lamp which guides the dead of the spirit world. Similar to grace in appearance, only it is said that it can only be seen by those who have met their death in battle. Don't know what you're talking about. Unique skill, Ruinous Ghost Flame. Swing the sword to bathe its blade in Ghost Flame. The Ghost Flame adds magic damage to attacks, also has a bittery cold bite. Okay. Cool. I don't see that item I just picked up. Maybe it's like a regular item? How crazy would that be? Where the fuck? It's a talisman? Oh. Really? Where? Oh. Spells consume less FP, but maximum HP is reduced. Well, that's absolutely useless. But at least the jellyfish is happy. At least I helped out the jellyfish. You know what? That's a success in my book. And they got to see the stars together. So, hold up. As I do this. Is it on? It's on. There we go. Yeah, no more sad jellyfish. Enjoy the heavens together. Yeah, fucking dorks. Where does that leave me then? I still never got to fight the stinky poo guy. I don't know where the stinky poo guy went. I actually have no idea where he went. Probably it's a stinky poo. Where would I go? Alright, so I know we unlocked the one thing downstairs. That little cavern downstairs. I'm gonna try to go up this time and see if there's anything up here. Because I really don't know what's up here. Cool beans. Fuck you, bird. Bye, bird. Oh, they're fighting. Ah, I see a bonfire that I need to sit at. Yeah, how about pass? Thank you very much. What the fuck? I got it. It was just a smithing stone, but I got it. Ooh. Y'all like feet? Giant fucking feet. Mother bitch. Good job. I fucked up. I want to see that guy as well, the wolf guy. I want to see him. I haven't seen him yet. I was supposed to meet him at some point. Then I think like my character just hasn't. So I don't know where he is. I don't know where I'm supposed to go to meet him. But I do want to meet him. Pretend I don't see it. Fuck. Let's try the souls technique. I'm gonna try the souls technique here. System. We're gonna quit the game. Re-enter the game, and it maybe should spawn there from software. We'll see. We'll see. If this works, I'm amazing. If it doesn't, fuck. Use gestures from the main menu to perform a variety of basic poses. It worked! It just booted me off! That was... Fucking hell. Fucking hell, dude. I've been played. Hop on his feet. I see it, and I'm not okay with it. I'm gonna quit game. It's gonna come back, and I'm gonna get it. We're gonna get this. I just need to properly position myself in a way where I can attack. Cause fuck that. Thank you. All that work. And for what? Obviously I have the bonfire there, but I want to see this church over here. What? I get attacked right now by some idiot. I swear to God. Okina, isn't that like... Isn't that a Sekiro thing? Sekiro. Made it. Rivers of blood. Ayo. Is that a new Karatana? Do you have something beyond the Getsuga Tensho now? Hold up, what? Do I actually? Secret Tears, is that enough yet? Hold up. I need Arcane to go up? Oh, fuck me. By 8 as well. Oh, no. And I need 20 arcane for this shit. Fuck! It never ends. Wait, got another bonfire or a grace at least. I feel like one of these dead bodies is eventually gonna spawn and like be more than a dead body. Where is that? Nani? Oh, that's okay. That's that, or that is. Ooh, thingy! I almost got pushed off by a damn hand thingy there. Ash of War, Trolls Roar. Okay. I jumped. I think if I didn't jump, I would have lived. I think if I didn't jump, I would have lived. Honestly. Wait, hold up. I actually need to go this way, don't I? What the fuck? Did something land on me? It looked like that bird was looking at me, so I'm guessing the bird landed on me. I just want my souls. I just want my souls. That's all I really, 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 really want. Just some souls. Please give me my souls. Don't jump, don't jump, don't jump. There we go. You thought I wouldn't notice. You thought I wouldn't notice. But I did. Ancient Dragon Somber Smithing Stone. Fire. PK fire! No shit. Oh, that's a body. Kinda cool. That's a giant troll. I mean, that's a regular giant, not a troll. I think they're trolls, are they? No, they are. I'm not trolling. You're trolling. I'm not trolling. You're trolling. I see some seeds that are golden. Don't mind if I do. Sheesh. Honestly, no idea if I'm going the right way or not. Someone throw that? Oh, he is. Who hit me? Oh, my thing probably ran out. I've never heard that sound. Got it. Don't have to tell me 3 times. Okay. Hopefully there's another grace around here, maybe? I'm gonna try looking for. That's really what I'm basing my movements and actions on right now. Finding a grace, because it seems like I have to fight a giant thingy. And to be honest, I'm not sure I can right now. We'll do it if we have to. But I'm not sure I can, because that might be a boss fight, and it might take a couple tries. So I'm hoping to find a closer grace. Just to sit at. That's it. Ah, boy. It's a big boss. Is there no grace for me? There's so much distance that spans this area. Oh my Dickens. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and go grab my runes. I'm gonna run out. I'm gonna TP out. I'm not dealing with that right now. There's no close by spawn. I'm not dealing with that right now. Oh, fuck off. Oh, fuck off. Fuck off. I can't just run out. I have to fight. Dickheads. Can you tell me where my souls are? Where are my runes? There they are. my analysis is correct. Oh, the fucker's tanky. I want to stay in here. Fuck. This is just a bona fide fuck moment. Oh, but no, I got it. That's fine. Did I add a def? I don't think I added a def there. Oh my god. Hello, Rob. Sorry. Hello, Alteros. How are you doing? I gotta avoid using names. I want to try avoiding using names as much as possible. How are you doing, Alteros? What's going on? How's life treating you? Hope you're having a fantastic Friday. I just got fucking bamboozled. Here. Here. There it is. The Rivers of Blood. What a badass name. Okay, so we got Somber Smithing Stone 9. So that's basically where we're. I also wait. Didn't I get an Ancient Dragon Smith? Or is that for a regular? Maybe this is a somber one. Maybe I need to get my Uchigatana up a little bit. Such a shower literal shit off of yourself. Had to clean a blockage in our sewer pipe. So my friend. Oh God. Rob is fine. Well, yeah, I know. I just want to make a habit of saying people's like username. Because I know a lot of people want to protect their identity, and I feel bad saying names. I want to try saying usernames. But God, that sounds awful at the same time. I'm sorry. Just nani. Where is... Wait, what are these? What are these blue zones? Wait, what is that? I've never seen that before. What? What are those? Shit happens, I guess. Yeah, true. Fair enough. I appreciate it. Was a little less happy before my shower, though. I understand why that'd be troubling. Hold up. Where is this? That's where this is. We've already been here. This is where I wanted to go. They're PvP things, like events, PvP spawn events. Oh fuck! Not more lobster! Not more lobster! Not more lobster! Please. Fuck me. Fuck lobster. Not right now. Sorry, Sophia. You're asleep right now. You don't need no lobster. Oh god, another one. Somber Smithing Stone 8. At least I got a smithing stone. That's somber. Okay, that's where we were. This one I'm going to. Blue is active co-op. Red is active PvP. What does that mean? Like, actually. What does that mean? I know blue is... Okay, so active PvP. I get that. What's the other shit then? Active co-op? Like I can summon people? Is that what that's implying? Summon people and we can have fun together? We can be nakamas together? But I'm glad you no longer have shit on you. Alteros or Rob. Ah, fuck it. Fuck it. Since you're actually okay with it, I'll call you Rob. I will call you Rob. It feels weird to say Alteros, to be honest. Okay. I like helping people. But does that mean I have to invade another person's world? Is that what that implies? Or is it like some sort of event? Like storyline quest? Because I just saw a whole bunch of circles pop up on my thing at once and I was like, hold up. I don't know what any of this shit is. Alright, next up is this cave. Whatever it is. Oh. How about no? I mean, it is cool. What's the purpose of this specific spot? No clue, but it is cool. I'm gonna do a quick little sweep around here real quick. Just to make sure there's no like items or anything that I would want or would miss out on. Where's this? When Drip Thanos came to rate my gear one day, Drip Thanos. What? What? That sounds so fucking troll. I hear something. I heard something, but I don't see it though. So for me, it is a whatever. Just head in. You want to see me like a fashion creator? Give me a thumbs up and left my world. That's oddly amusing. Oh, this one does fire damage. I would assume River of Blood would do not fire damage. You know? That's not something I would have expected, per se. I don't know if I should have done that. Flame, protect me. Alright, this is... I need to figure out what that is. Because I did something. Like, that's just in this room. I used keys just to figure, just to loot whatever that is. What is that? What is that? Flame cleanse me. One of the incantations of the fire monks clear creates a fire fin that burns away toxins, alleviates poison and scarlet rot buildup, and cures these ailments. The incantation leaves this caster subtle burns, or remind that they must fear the flame. Creates a fire that greatly increases fire damage negation. It is said that this incantation was used during the war against the giants long ago, during which it protected champions of the Erd Tree. Okay. I see. Oh yes, river blood equals fire. Oh lord, he did something. What are those? Oh my god, you're such a dork. He's starting to believe? I am not starting to believe. I'm just me. You're the dork. Fact. You're big dorks. How are you doing, Brandon? How's your Friday night going so far? You having a good day? What have you been doing recently, actually, on stream? I don't think I've been able to catch you the past few times you streamed. Not sure what you've been up to. Okay. Great start. Fucking love it. This game is amazing. I love games. What? What? Oh no, that's not normal. This ain't normal. Oh. Okay, I vaguely understand. I've been awake for too long, just got off work. I've been playing a lot of group games, Dead by Daylight and Overwatch 2. That's awesome. What have you been doing in Dead by Daylight and or Overwatch 2? Like, have you tried, this is one mode in Overwatch where you play as like, you can have up to 12 people. 11 people are just tiny versions that are all the same, all identical. And they rotate out every 30 seconds with some random character. And there's like a one big daddy that has to like kill them all. You just played that? That mode is so fucking fun. I love that one. Yeah, that mode is actually so fucking fun. Hop on in here, buddy. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. The one dad mode has no right to be that fun. It is so fun. It is so fucking fun. Sorry guys, I didn't mean to flash you guys my damn elbow. What the fuck? Just nonstop whip trying to get what it is effectively a bird. I can imagine how chaotic that one would be. That elbow though? Yeah, my bad. Hold up. I'm gonna give you a shout out real quick. Dorky streams. Did I do it right? For anyone who doesn't know, no, you. Wait, did I fuck it up? Am I dog shit? Apparently everyone can use that somehow. I have a Norwegian keyboard on right now. That's why it's not technically your name. Hold up. There we go. Secretly the seat. You're a dork.
Okay? You did it! Oh, I beat 30 minutes? Oh, cool! Yo! Really wants to clip that? Send it to me. I would appreciate it.
Nanny. That's Risk of Rain too, but the Dilfs? Nani. golden rune. I'm gonna pop this because I don't really want to fight him, but I want to see what's down here. Ah, fuck. Is the cat just completely ignoring me? Shine! Nice. Yeah, I was trying to figure out what that was too. What are these dilfs you're talking about? It's the ultimate dill fight. Just because I showed you my elbow once does not mean I'm a dilf, okay? Don't fall for it. Don't fall for the bait. You dork. Okay. This area is awful. I'll take that. I think for this specific area, it's actually better for me to use this weapon. Because a lot of these gargoyle bullshits. Has there been any cool updates on Dead by Daylight? Fuck off. Man with the giant beard. Shit. 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 Thank you. Goodbye. I need to pop this. Okay. That was rough. Not exactly how I wanted that to play out, but we'll make do. Thank you. Fuck you. Massive fuck you vibes. Alright, I see people actually fighting, like ghost spirits or other players or whatever, and multiplayer bullshit, fighting in this room. So, something's about to happen, for sure in here. Fuck it. That's how this works. Come on here. It doesn't work. Why does it not work? Are you telling me it's because this thing needs to be on for it to work? And now when I head up here, it works. Okay, that is what it is. Got it. I was wondering why they weren't. So it needs to be a complete circle for these things to stop being little cringe people. This is a hassle. Down into the abyss I go. I'm popping a lantern. Maybe my lantern works. You never know. Never know, some crazy shit might work. Hello? It shot something. What? That's definitely a fight for something. And I'm guessing it's something through here. Ooh, I have an idea. I have an idea. All right, where are we heading? Where are we heading? Cringe Town. Let's go, my favorite. It is cringe. It is cringe. I did call that. I did say that would be cringe town. And that is in fact quite cringe. Are you winning, son? No. No, I'm not. And I need moral support. How dare he? He's cheesing me. Fuck off, nerd! Fuck off, nerds! Ah, fuck. Dude, they're so cringe. They're so fucking cringe. Ugh. He made it through all the fire. That guy ran through all the fire. Fucking maniac is what he is. Holy shit. You're back? Welcome back, Tally. How are you doing? Cool. Dumbo. Someone got hot, so not too bad, I suppose. Nice. If it somehow gets hot, that's better than somehow not getting hot, I suppose, right? You can't get me, pussy. If you do, you're weird. Okay. Where is this? Oh, son of a gun. I didn't mean to get close enough. Did anyone notice what happened there? His breath lingers on the ground. And when it lingers on the ground and I walk into it, I get cold. So cold, in fact, that I might get frostbite. That's some bullshit. Come on by. On deal with you. There we go. Just make it easier, you know? Can we zoom? Talk about unnecessary. Thank you. Goodbye. Foul beast. 6:39. They should come home soon. I think in another hour. That's probably what I'm gonna call stream and then head to the gym. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Thank you, fucking jerk. Can't tell me it's literally another one. I want to walk by you eventually just so I can explore properly, so I need you to come on by. Daddy Kilroy's playing Dead by Daylight. Kilroy's playing Dead by Daylight. I miss that dork. He's coming his way. Which is a bit faster. Fucking it. Nice. Let's see what's up here. He tried to climb up. He tried to say fuck it, and he tried to run by. We got him though. I don't like fighting those guys. They make me feel nervous. I feel on edge when I see them. And they're just normal enemies. They used to be bosses. Now they're just normal enemies. So that's kind of cringe for me. Kind of just a wee bit cringe. What's gonna happen here? Nothing's gonna happen here. Rar. Rar. Oh, kawaii. So kawaii. There we go. So it seems like this is the way to go up. This is nice. But I actually can't do anything here. I can't bring it back up. So I have to climb up, fight whoever's fighting over there. Fight is going to be spawning up here, I mean. And then do something. One of them. Be wary of hole. Put me on edge a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. But we took care of him. At least, huh? We did it. Catacombs. It's always in the catacombs I start feeling on edge. They do a good job with like game design, I think. If I'm feeling on edge when I'm in the catacombs, even though I'm kicking ass, it's still scary. What's the point? That drops us back down to where we were just now. So what's the point? How do I go up higher? Didn't expect something incredible. I didn't either. I got played. Play the game. First off, jump attack and then bug. Jump attack and then bug. That sounds nice. So what am I supposed to do? I killed the guy that's in here, but what was the point of this? Why am I here? That's what I can't figure out. I'm looking for ladders that I might be missing. I don't see anything. I must be blind if there is something there. But I actually do not see anything, so. So I go back up, walk back, get out somehow. Here. What was the point? Just in case. Oh, I see this lever here. Ah. That makes a lot more sense now. Hello, sir. Okay. I was gonna go for the long range kill, but then I heard the bang, and I was like, don't do it. Don't do it. And then you did it. And I died. The bang, like the bang, I don't know why the bang made me change my mind. But it did. It did. Which is a cause for concern, I think. Okay. You're trying to shoot me in the back this time. That's kind of funny. How dare you? I trusted you. Run! Farewell. Fare thee well. We could come on by over here real quick. I know you see me. There we go. Okay, first of all, that's a dick move, and you fucking know it. I'm right here. Somewhere a heavy door has opened. Oh, maybe it's right in front of me. Maybe that's what the heavy door opened. I was like, where the fuck have I seen a heavy door? Have I even seen a heavy door? I don't think I've seen a heavy door. That's what I was thinking to myself. Turns out it's just right in front of me this entire time. A heavy door. For me. These sounds are on. Putting me on edge. It's a boss fight. That much is for sure. Question is what boss? Some more mask, some more armor, some more bracelet, some more leg wraps. I guess it's the boss of the area. We got him though. Well done. Didn't expect victory. Neither did I. Praise the snake. Cool beans. Fucking terrified me. Let's look into the armor. Why is that armor so fucking cool? Let's see. Raises dexterity as it lowers focus. Oh, I kind of like that. I like that. Care about focus. This is Zelmer Mask. The long-lived warriors clad in biting, freezing winds are said to have been mortal enemies of the fire giants since the time immemorial. Okay. So they fought giants. Where's the armor? That's it. Same shit. Slowly replenishes HP when HP is reduced. Sounds kind of busted, actually. How slowly is slowly? That is a cap! Well, in any case. We bested the foul being. We got him. We're back to the entrance. Kicks me out. Cool. Zemmer ruins. Shabribri? Someone here apparently that I can talk to. NPC I can chat with. This guy.
Burn and incinerate. May chaos.
I don't take him seriously. Cool. Cool. I need to level up Arcane now. It gives me literally no stats that are valuable for me. Oh god, I have to get it to 20 though. How much is that? 6,800. Rough game. End it. Alright, if I'm gonna go fight this boss, I need no runes. So I need to fight some creatures like you. If I can just not lose my souls, that would be really cool. We like not losing our souls. Yeesh. I want to kill this thing just because of how big it is. I'm not sure if it'll drop something important or not. And I feel like it might. So I'm going to try to. But it is also flesh. So what I might do instead is... It's fighting other shit now. What the fuck? It gave up on me and it started fighting other shit. It doesn't drop anything. I did all that and it doesn't drop anything. Oh my lord. Oh, I got staggered, but I didn't die. Is that enough? I still don't think that's enough. Yeah, I'm at 80,000 something now. Okay. Cool. That might be enough now. If I have enough, I'll try to fight this boss. Does this thing still spawn though? I'm curious. I want to see. Yep. It still does. That's funny. Okay. No. Yeah, I don't need to lose runes anymore. I don't care about losing runes. What I need... Haven't you finished this game yet? No, I haven't. I have not even gotten close. After 1,772 deaths, I have not. I still don't think I'm close. I'm hoping I'm not close. I want to see more bosses. But I need someone who's like very well versed to casually stop by the stream and like help me find lost shit. It's a big ass game. It is a big ass game. I'll try this one. I haven't done this one yet. I don't know. I'm just looking for like neat stuff I might have missed. That's really it. Because there's, for example, I want to go talk to the wolf guy and I want to fight the poopy head guy, but I don't know where they went. How am I the fuck am I supposed to fight this guy? killed me normally. That would just kill me. Yeah, this guy kind of mean. He's kind of big. His hitboxes seem like they're humongous. But like the wolf guy that we see during the loading screen sometimes, he said, meet me again at certain point, and we'll have a talk. And I haven't talked to him yet. There's also the poopy head guy. The guy that wears the sunbro stuff that I want to see, like what his ordeal is. I don't know what his shit is. Dare I say a huge dork? Damn. Surely you mean the fire giant, right? Ugh. That's not good. He is a fire giant. That would make sense. Yeah, the fire giant, not me. Dare I say it? Not me. Not me, obviously. Me, a dork, could never be. Don't know what you're on about. Okay, so it seems like I have to break his shackles, and if I break his shackles, something happens. I don't really know what happens yet, but something happens, which makes me think. Fuck that. Let's do this one for a bit. I remember blood loss happens in the vicinity. Go to his other foot. Fucking PK fire! Doesn't affect his other foot. Maybe I'm not doing something right, but it's not affecting his other foot. I'm getting one shot anyways, so here's what I'm gonna do. Greatly boost fire. Maybe we can do that as well, but just in case. Well, I'm getting one shot by other stuff. I'm trying to max DPS this, see how possible it is with max DPS. I didn't know what he was doing there. Ugh. Motor Elden Ring, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. No, 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 I got stuck by the shield. 0 deaths. I thought I was rolling. I thought I was fine because of the camera angle. I didn't realize his shield was just standing there, blocking me completely. How are you doing, DPS guy? Happy Friday to you, dude. No, this is a rough one, honestly. Well, how are you? I'm pretty good. I'm waiting for someone to come home. I'm gonna head to the gym. Once anyone comes home, I'll be heading to the gym, basically. But if not, then I guess I go tomorrow. Let's see. Okay. If I stay here, I think I'm good. Oh, it goes through objects. The fireball goes through objects, so it just keeps coming for me, no matter what it hits. That's good to know. I could have also... Oh, man. I need to... How the fuck am I gonna do that? I've only brought him down to 30% HP twice. 30%. That's like so much higher than normal. Ready for a next level pro tip? Maybe. Maybe I am. What? I can see it. Make the enemy's HP reach 0 before yours does. It works every single time. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. I'm going like max glass cannon and I'm tickling this guy. I think the one thing works. The HP regen thing, I don't think it works. Wait, hold up, actually. Let's go, baby! That's what I'm talking about! Ah, fuck, that hurt. Okay, the range is too finicky for me to want to use this. I'm gonna get rid of that out of my inventory because that's fucking with my mental timing this one. So get rid of that. That's fucking up our mental. We can use the Gilgamesh swords. We can use those, but also don't think I need this. Restores HP when near death is. Nah, I don't think I need that. Boost poise. Oh, this one. That one looks somewhat useful. Oof. Rough game, rough game. I mean, it's a fun looking boss. I love how well the boss is. He's a giant. The boss is a fucking giant, like actually, which is really really cool. Unfortunately, I'm bad. That's like the catch. The catch is I'm bad. All right, we run straight at him. That hit me. Oh, that's cap. He stomped on me. He stomped on me. Dude, you're clearly bullying him. See the giant plate he has? He is trying to have dinner and you keep coming and attack him. I can't help it. I'm hungry too. I need to get my food in as well. Where's my food? I'm angry. That does sound really good, actually. Food. I want some food. After gym. After gym. I'll get something to eat. Oh, la 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 la. Okay. I do this. Then I do this. And then I walk up a bit closer. Triangle this, right? And then I do this. Then we call this. Then we do this. Then we run. And we lose our negation damage. Pog. Okay. Can you imagine if I could climb up it like it was a fucking cool ass boss? Woo. Okay. Second half, second phase, finally. Oh no, man. I feel bad now. He just wants to eat dinner, like you were saying. Am I even supposed to say to this shit right now? What is this? He broke his leg and now he's tearing off his own leg. Oh god, he has eyeballs. He has eyeballs. He opened his eyes. Oh man, I get it. Second phase. Got it. All that setup just to get one shot. All that setup just to get one shot. That made me laugh a little bit. That's kind of funny. Okay, this is great. I like that. What if I need this though? What if we need the tanky? Moshi moshi. How are you doing? It's nice to see you, Snake. We just witnessed some dude eat his fucking legs off. Or his leg off. It doesn't heal. I thought it healed. I messed up my jump. Back. Watching, just watched the film Run Fat Boy Run, which is good. I thought I would tune in for a bit. Run Fat Boy Run. Speaking of which, you reminded me. How close are they to being home? 7:30? Should be soon, actually. I might end here soon. If they come home, because I want to go too late. If I go too late, then I'm gonna be rushing myself at the gym, and that's never good. But it depends, I guess, when they come home. If they don't come home, I'm fucked. I go tomorrow. But how was Run Fat Boy Run? That sounds like a interesting name for a show. Oh, feels good. Oh, I thought I rolled that. Well, I guess I didn't. The woman who plays love interest narrates the War and Peace audiobook on Audible. Her name is Miss Newton. I will call her Miss Newton because I have zero clue on how to say her first name. That sounds kind of cool though. It was good. I'm glad it was good. I hope you had fun. I was just playing Elden Ring, fighting various bosses. Understanding lots of bullshit. This boss is interesting. I like how fun this boss is. He's a little bit chaotic, but that's how you know it's fun. Oh my god. Okay, hold up. Think, Hitsu, think! Okay, now we run. Now we run at him. I've never been hit by that before. I didn't realize that did damage. Gonna be completely honest. I did not realize that did damage. Simon Plague plays the main character. Oh, really? Thandy, like Sandy? Thandy Newton? Thandy Wee Newton? Simon Plague is such a fucking gem. That actually did damage to me. Holy shit. That has never done damage to me before. Maybe because I was away from the hitbox. I didn't realize it. I was a bit further in the back that time. Or not further in the back, more in the front that time. Run up a little bit. Stab ourselves. Oh, the horrors. Oh no, tell me it isn't so. I'll also do the lantern now. Ara ara. Hey, Tally. Alright, we zoom. That ain't some bullshit. Oh, I lived that. Oh, I lived that. This guy in particular seems to be quite annoying right now. I'm giving your toenails okay. What? All right, we lost our steed earlier. I forgot. I was like, why is it asking me? We lost our steed. I was like, why can't I use my steed to run at him? That makes sense. At the very start of it, we lost our steed. I think the defense one is a bit better. We survived that extra hit. Makes it a bit more manageable. Also want to use the seppuku a little bit closer, if I can. So I can maximize the timer on that. I need to watch some Simon Pegg movies. I still don't know what we're doing for movies tomorrow. Okay. Please do something normal. Okay, I'm pretty sure he enters second phaser soon. I had my Excalibur knives out. I wasn't ready for that. Okay. We fucked him up there. But not the correct way. We didn't fuck him up the correct way. That was the problem. Okay. There we go. He lives. Okay, nice. Skip it this time. Those hands are the ones that are weak right now. I had my Gilgamesh daggers out again. I was like, why is my attack feeling clunkier? Because like versus felt off to me, and then I was just like, what's going on? What's going on? Why am I not doing the double swing? That worked out though. I like that. I like how that turned out. That was a good run, I think. Okay. Less distraction. Oh, hold up. Hey, Unedited. How are you doing today? Oh my god. Hope we're having a lovely Friday night so far. We're big chillin'. Bring your cute posies over here. Hitbox? What the fuck? Wanna pass away, but I'm not allowed? Like, sleep? Or like, sleep? Of course you're not allowed. I appreciate you. I need you to keep showing me how your art improves. I fucking love it. How? What's been going on? Deaded? Yeah, that's illegal. That's illegal. We don't allow that here. Heroes never die. Oh wait, no, hold up. I don't want to do that yet. Yeah, I get it then. I get it then. Hopefully, you get the big fat paycheck soon, though. You know. Okay, that was weird. Weird run. When it's in its second phase, I wonder, is it the hands that are its weak spot, or is it like the giant forehead? The forehead is probably a weak spot. This is still a normal run. I'm just dog. Did I change microphones, Leo? I did not. No. Does it sound awful? Oh my god. Please. Finally. Dickhead. It's the same. It's just My camera angle probably just looking jank. What do you do for work, Ikanidu? Also, how's your boo doing? How's he been? Father Jeffrey. Speak of the fucking devil. My boyfriend beat Elden Ring, so he knows a thing or two. Okay. I have a question for you. How do I talk to the Wolfie boy again? And how do I deal with the giant poopy head? The dung eater. Heal up. Bro, I didn't double jump. Ugh. Fucking no HP runs. Cringe. Who does no HP runs? Only weird people do it. Especially for a first playthrough, why did I ever like make this a condition for myself? Why did I make things harder for myself? I'm cringe. I'm cringe. I work in cleaning coffee machines in a cruise business. Oh, for 12 hours? Ew. Ew. That sounds awful. I'm sorry. I staggered him, but not fast enough to get the fireball away. I'm dog. Well, you could take a break from Elden Ring and make Dio play Phasmophobia Alone in the Dark. Nah, I have to go to the gym soon. Remember? I was just waiting for someone to come home. They should come home. They could come home at any moment right now. And the gym closes at 10 my time, and it's 7:43. Having 2 hours would be nice. But we'll see. Now, yesterday we had a lot of catering, so I had to help. Oh, I mean, still sounds cringe though. Gonna be honest with you. It's so nice that whenever you stop by, Father Jeffrey's also here. That makes me really happy to see. You guys are such dorks. Actual such dorks. What? Oh my, he's rolling already? The dickhead. Give me your hands. Bro, just give me your feet. We are homosexuals. Did I talk to Randy already? Did I? I can go check. We can go check. I doubt I'm gonna beat this boss right now. I got him to second phase, but we can go check. Where's Randy? We're gonna TP there. Nah, no nightmares for Dio just yet. Homosexuals. That's fucking phenomenal. We are homosexuals. That means I like you as a homie. But we're also sexual. Cause that's me and my Sophie.
See you, chump.
Gonna lurk while I try to sleep. Please get some. Wait. Yeah, your sleep today has been really weird. Please try to get some proper sleep, Sonny. Hopefully you wake up when you want to wake up. All right, let's see. Ranny Sama. She just ignores my ass. Who's Radagon? Is it this guy? No, this is Radon, isn't it? Who's Radagon? Yeah, this is Radon. Star Scourge, Radon. Oh, you remember? Okay, yeah, I killed him. Good news, my voice is improving. I think by tomorrow I should be okay. That's good. I killed him before they nerfed him without even summoning a single thing. I felt like a pro. Shazam! You know, I hope your voice feels better. Like, completely better by tomorrow. Ooh, it's hot. It's hot. Are they home? Oh, I don't think it's home. I think it's just my PC. So if I killed Radon, what does that mean? Because I met with the Wolfie Boy once, and then Wolfie Boy dipped on me. Does he go underground? How big is the underground? Because all I've seen so far are these bits, but like, it seems like there could easily be more. I'm just bad at seeing the game. That looks like it leads off somewhere, actually. So as you can see, I don't know where I am. It would have helped if I just played consistently, but it took me, I was playing this game since fucking March, off and on. Went on a 3-month vacation in between, stopped streaming for a while after March, came back to it like in May, and then I went to a 3-month vacation is what I meant. I'm back now. I was playing it before October. October came, I switched to spooky games, and then here we are now. Forlorn Hound Evergoal? I might have. I can't say I know for sure or not. I cannot say I was ready for that. Goddamn. Forlorn Hound Evergore. Forlorn Hound. How would I check that? I open the map. Where on the map would it be? Not Mail Factor. Stormhill. Okay, yeah, I have done it, I think. Wait, is this where he is? Blade the Half-Wolf? Is he just chilling there? Am I fucking stupid? Look at your map, Hitsu. Maybe you figure something out, Hitsu. You fucking idiot. Ya fucking idiot. Let's go. I need to talk to Wolfie Boy. Seems like such a cool guy. Oh. Where is he? Wait. I heard him. I know I heard him. That's a squirrel. Is he just walking back and forth or something? Like, I don't see him. Have I ever been there? I have been there. Am I blind? Wait, am I blind? I hear you howling. Howling. I hear you howling, my friend. But where? I have an idea. What's up, fool? Like he's down there, is he? Oh. What?
The very shadow. I thought old EG knew as much. Honestly, I don't know what's going on anymore.
Why wouldn't I let you out, you know?
My thanks, friend.
Yeah.
I'm going to see Mistress Rani now. I don't know what came over old EG.
Yeah.
If the odds are slim. I need to check the mistress is safe now. Rani can fight against her fate she's dreamed of for so long.
Cool.
I'm going to see Mistress Rani. I don't know what could even if the
Okay, yeah, that's actually cool. That's exactly what I wanted. Perfect. Now let's go see Mistress Rani again. Also, where did I see the dung eater dude? He said he's gonna kill me the next time he saw me, and I was like, "Oh, you're gonna kill me, huh? Well, I'll show you who kills who." What's the vibe? But obviously, whether or not that happens is another question up for debate. Enjoy your very late night class, Dio. You're a maniac. Have a fantastic night. I will see you later. Enjoy your Friday night. Buy something for yourself to eat when you come back from class. Take care. Wait, Tyler, are you there? Could you shout out Dio? Dio does these really cool podcasts all the time. It's quite fun to lurk to. He hangs out with all sorts of nerdy folks constantly. What? Talk to me. I don't care. Shout him out. Shout him out. Shout him out. Chino, talk to me.
You're the manager of the Grand, aren't you? Roger, my son. Catch a ride. Yeah, that's me. You enjoy yourself at Odyssey.
So EG's the one? The hammer guy is the one? Oi. You cringe? We know. We know.
Nice walk. I presume you've spoken with Blythe?
Yes.
There is something you should know.
Okay, I want to know.
Fingers gave Blythe to Lady Rani as a faithful follower. Her very shadow, incapable of treachery.
You take care. Enjoy your ride. But please, if you don't know about Dio, please check him out. He's a good bean. Good lad. Oh, fuck.
Transforming from a follower into a horrid curse. But such is his destiny. In such matters, Blythe's own thoughts hold no weight. It pains me so. But he must be neutralized. For Lady Rani's sake.
Wait, so what does that mean exactly? What? He wants us to kill Blade? For Ranny's sake? That's not normal. That ain't normal. I don't know what normal is, but I know that's not normal. All because Blade was sent to be a devoutful follower of Ranny by the Two Fingers. Are they saying Blade has no proper thoughts? I spaced out for a second there. I must have, because I'm missing something. I don't understand the logic there. What? Where is he? I need answers. We can talk to the fucking one guy. I also haven't been to the Volcano Manor in a while, so maybe, I don't know. Let's go take a look at the Volcano Manor while I try to process what just happened.
I see you. Here is your youth. Now,
Thank you.
of the true rule, the Erd tree blessed, but it was all
Too meager in the face of the enormity of their task. What is this?
The tarnished were forced to scavenge, squabbling for crumbs, like the shard bearers vying for power in the wake of the shattering. Our lord, indignant, has refused to scurry about, fighting over what miserly scraps they allow us. If the Erd tree, and indeed the very gods, would debase us so, then we are willing to raise the banner of resistance, even if it means heresy. We at the Volcano Manor, under Lord Rykard, have sworn no rest until it is done. If you follow this heroic path, one day the Lord will see you. The Lord's visits with our champions are always a spectacle. It cannot come a day too soon. If you follow this, it cannot...
It's not oddly foreboding. This door is blocked shut. But why?
Forgive me. I know I can trust. I saw something. It entered the room. It took the... Does the volcano... That lady... I realize... If you discover...
Tell her the dark side of the Volcano Manor? Am I supposed to? I don't remember that. Red letter. A written request from Volcano Manor discussing the name of a tarnished to be hunted. As the final request letter is vivid red. Juno Hoslow, Knight of Blood. He can be found in the Mountain of the Giants. Find the red mark on your map for the exact location. Do you know anything about this quest line, Father Jeffrey? Should I tell her anything here? Or should I just keep it safe to her? Prevent her from knowing. I don't want anything bad to happen to this woman. But I don't know. I forgot exactly what happened. What I did.
If you discover...
But in the meantime, I'm gonna go to Randy's tower and then we'll head back. We'll go in the front of Rennie's tower. Because that's apparently where the Wolfie boy is. Oh, I thought they were about to bow to me. I was like, oh, they're gonna fucking bow. Shame. If you want her safe, lie. Okay, in that case, what happens if you do tell her? Cause she doesn't deserve bad shit to happen to her. But it's supposed to be in front of Randy's tower. Am I trolling? See, the thing I was worried about is like there's so many quest lines and stuff in this game that I'm pretty sure I haven't done at all properly that I want to do. So oh, so she will go to the... We'll find her body, basically. Good thing we didn't tell her. And then we potentially get whatever item or clothes she was wearing. Like, is there any benefit to her dying? I don't want to do it, but like, what's the benefit for making me feel like a living piece of garbage? I guess is a way to put it. Okay. I see jack shit in front of this tower. It's because I'm blind. Also, there's this Ash of War that someone got a while back where it's like you can summon a clone of yourself. That shit looked fucking fire. Nothing? You get absolutely nothing. She just dies. That's it. Oh, man. That's not good. Yeah, I don't know what I'm supposed to do next for them. Why is it always legs? In the meantime, though, I can go do the Volcano Manor request over here by the Shack of the Lofty. It's getting pretty late. All right. After this red letter request, I'm gonna go check downstairs to see if there's any sign that they were home. Because I might actually have to go tomorrow, which would suck. But in that case, I could do something at home with weights today. I'll do maybe. I don't know. I technically could improvise. That's a lot of work though. Don't mind me. I'm talking to myself. Don't mind me. Sorry. I'm just trying to plan things because I have a movie night. Speaking of which, I'm not sure if you guys are busy tomorrow, but there is a proposed movie night happening. I'm not sure if doing this specific thing is a good idea or not. I just realized. What the fuck was that? Motherfuckers, did you see that? Do I have Noxtella unlocked? What's that? Is that an item, a weapon, a place? I can Google it real quick, I guess. Noxtella. I guess not. What the hell is this? Wait, do I? Hold up, do I? Underground. It's not this, is it? This is Einsel. I looked it up. I don't know where that is. I guess I don't. Does Noxtella have really cool shit in there? Because it looks kind of very cool. Very cool. I like cool. Cool is cool. Wait, that is it? I was there? It's Einsel, the Einsel spot? So because I didn't free him from the Ever goal first, and I did that spot, I didn't continue his quest there. Basically, right? Is the gist I'm getting there? Okay. I mean, I guess that makes sense, but still kind of cringe. Ha ha ha, you're just an NPC. Gilgamesh. I did not kill the giant guy having dinner. Not yet. Rune Arc for calling finger remedy. What did that do though? I hope I didn't like do something really bad there. I really hope I didn't. Alright, a chain of events. We go back to Volcano Manor. Right, which would be where exactly? I don't remember. This? Do you know where specifically Blades quest continues?
I see that this is your...
Thank you.
Our Lord will no doubt welcome you. Yes. Now, I will transport. Farewell, then.
Farewell. I'm seeing the Lord of Volcano Manor. We're seeing the Lord of Volcano Manor. What? It's a boss fight? Stay here, I'm going on ahead. Oh my fucking god. I have to get to the Noxtella Waterfall Basin, Grace? Okay. What the hell is this? That looks kind of cool. Hold up. That's really fucking suspicious. Hold the fuck up. Is this a gimmick boss? Is this a goddamn gimmick boss? Weapon that serves both as a great sword and a spear, thought to be have used to hunt an immortal great serpent in the distant past. It manifests a long blade of light when facing such a creature. Long blade of light. When the master has heroic aspirations degenerate into mere greed, his men search for a weapon which they might halt their lord. Alright. Definitely a gimmick boss. Equip that? What kind of place makes adequate products? I have no idea. So I'm guessing I have to... How the fuck does this work? Oh, okay, that's how it works. Ah! Poison! Wait, that's it? It's actually a fucking gimmick boss, dude. It's a fucking gimmick boss. What the fuck is that? Oh, that's that is. Noxtella Waterfall Basin Grace. What does it look like? It's that. You said I've been there. Let me see. So is it this one? I have to somehow get there. Okay. Which I have not done yet. Alright, you cheeser. This is so troll. What the fuck? It's kind of funny. Hoorah! Shazam! What a troll ass fight. What the fuck is that? Is there a second phase? What kind of place makes adequate products a satisfactory? There's a second phase. Oh god, there is a second phase. I fucking knew it, dude. How dare you awaken me? Oh, his face is ugly.
Very well.
It's like lagging. The cutscene is lagging. What the fuck is about to happen? If the cutscene is lagging, I'm concerned. Are those souls? Those are souls. They're alive.
Join myself and King as family.
Join the Serpent King as family. Okay. You know what? I can't say I'm a fan of this guy. Yeah. So. Oh, those are flying. Those are skulls. No, I don't want to devour the gods together. No, no, I don't want. Yada! Yada! No! No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Okay. Let me out! Let me out! I didn't die. Okay. Power! Now I'm dead. Yeah. I fucked up the start there. Oh god, it just swallowed me. Fuck. I'm gonna do a jump attack, and then I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Hoorah! Power! Power! God damn. Okay. Nah, fuck. Am I hydrating properly? Yeah, I have been. I'm not dead yet though. I'm not dead yet though. Okay. I'm bad. So I think I can get to the first if I pop in the one pot, but I have an idea. Well, I like the bubble tier. Change that for that one. For some a little bit extra stamina. What time is it? Are they really on home? It's 8:20. If it gets too close to 9, I'm just gonna work out at home. And then do something else. Do what I planned for yesterday. Or for today, tomorrow. I did that completely not the way I wanted to. I trolled. My bad. I was just distracted by the family. So I'll give it a couple more tries. I'm gonna go check downstairs. I'm gonna give it just a wee bit, like 1 or 2 more tries. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, that did like more than I thought. Hold up. Ah, fuck. Let me out! Oh, he did it again. He did it again. He gosh darn did it again. Okay, we can do this. Fuck me. Kill him! And by couple of tries, I mean I'm gonna get it on that try, is what I meant. A serpent never dies. I am a serpent, and because I am a serpent, I will never die. That's right. Be afraid. Be afraid. Okay, dude. I mean, this is a fun. Of all the gimmick boss fights there have been inside or like the Soulsborne series, this gimmick boss is a pretty fun gimmick boss. I like it, and make it very clear that as soon as you enter the building, hey, maybe we should pick up that item that the character's holding. Oh, the weapon disappears. You literally just picked up that weapon. So, you know, that's not that bad. What happens if I save quit here? Alright, in the meantime, I'm also, while we're safe quitting, I'm gonna be right back. Gonna check, see if they're actually home or not. You guys, be safe. Take care. Looks like nobody's home. Which means I'll go for a little bit more than I'm gonna work out at home. And yeah. 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 Alright, so let's figure out the basin thing. Thank you again, Father Jeffrey, for helping me out here. How do I get here? How do I get there? Let's go to this one for now. I'm supposed to somehow Dragon Soldier of Noxtella. That's where this is. Bring out our bad boys again, wherever they may be. Alright, I'm not allowed to do the thing. So this is where I remember seeing shit. Right. Right. Righto. I need to somehow go from here to over there. So someone need to go up there. Let's try something. We TP in. Rar. Rar. Rare. Rare. I missed. I remember playing playing this spot before and getting creeped out by the damn ants. God, they're creepy. I still can't one-shot these fools? That's absolutely rude. Whoa! Actually rude. Okay. I remember getting up there before, but how do I get back up here? I don't remember. I don't deal with fighting you dorks, so I'm gonna kill all you dorks. There we go. There we go. I think I kind of remember, actually. There's like a way I could jump up from this spot. I know there's another way, but I remember cheesing my way up there. Some jumps. Okay. Yeah, like there's a way to get up here with jumps, I think. Oof. Okay, hold up. Hold up. I know it works. I've done it before. I'm not crazy. What's up, Dark Siege? How are you doing? Ugh, come on. Do I need help with any bosses? I'm trying to find where Blade is, if that makes sense. It's not really a boss, but I know someone was helping me earlier, telling me that I had to get to this waterfall bonfire thing. Also, welcome. I see you're a fan of the game. I love this game. This game is so fucking fun. I have no HP. I'm pure glass cannon, and I've died a lot. But goddamn, has this game been fun? Okay, there we go.
Stanley pushed the follow button.
Oh, thank you so much for that follow. I
Not sure
appreciate
why,
that.
But perhaps he thought something peculiar would happen.
Hope you're having a great
How
time.
strange. Anyways, welcome, stranger.
Anyways, welcome, stranger. Welcome, welcome indeed. Alright. Look. Okay, so I'm currently here. I need to get up there. How the fuck do I get up there? What? That's what I don't get. Thank you so much for that, though. Out of curiosity, how much have you played the game? I've been playing this game since March, off and on, and I'm still dog at it. Like, I'm still very bad at it. It's been a lot of fun, though. I can't say it has not been fun. Up, 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 up. How the fuck do I get up there? I truthfully don't know. Because I see stuff up there. There's a way to get up there. I just don't know how. Yeah, I get it. Look carefully ahead. Oh god, wait, is this a parkour thing? I don't think it is. Doesn't look like a parkour thing. Have I tried talking to Ranny? I tried, and she has ignored me. She's sleeping. We found our guy over here. We talked to him, and then we talked to the... Where the fuck is he? The giant dude over here that does your hammer. The war counselor, E.G. Oh, I killed Rodon ages ago. I murked his ass forever ago. I see a shiny box. How the fuck do I get up there? It implies there's a way to get up there from this room. That's what it implies. Oh, damage. Fucking idiot. You should be at Nokron then? Where is Nokron? Nokron. Cause someone said I had to, man, I had to fucking kill, I don't want to kill these guys. These guys are annoying. Fuck you. I'm out. I'm outies. I just want my runes and I'm out. Wait, are my runes up top? Of course they are. Of course they are.
Well, divorce.
You have nothing of importance to me. Okay, hold up. Because I don't know where Nokrin is. Or I have a vague idea about the Nokrin waterfall basin thingamabob, which is why I'm in here in the first place, trying to find a way to get there. Oh, fuck that up. All because I fell off the wrong way. I should have gone the other way. Where are my damn souls? There it is. Let there be revenge. This is the way to fall. Right. Am I even in like the remote vicinity that's even close to where I'm supposed to go? Do you know? So I feel like I'm getting closer, but also farther at the same time. Is it like, is it just something simple like I just missed a pathway? Something fucking blatantly obvious? Ugh, come on. Hop up. Hop up. There we go. It's technically, isn't there holes? Holes around these parts? Hold up. I really like having a lantern for caves. Just so I don't miss anything. Alright, I don't know where exactly I'm at. But I should find progress somewhere, right? Because I'm supposed to go here, I think, right? Except I can't. So how? How does it? Well, I actually knew. There it is. That was awfully rude. Bye. See ya, chump. Then go back this way. Say we go this way. Where does this way take me? Where does it lead me? I don't know. Cause I got Noxtella. Let me see. Because we went in here. That led us there. I'm pretty sure. Okay, I'm just looking at the video. This will be easier. He goes down the damn elevator. Okay. Praise the Elden Ring. I felt that. I felt that. Praise the Elden Ring indeed. So he's running through, he's running through, he's running through. Over here, he sees that. He grabs that, he grabs that, he grabs that. That's not helpful to me. What the fuck? Wait, what? I'm so lost. I'm so fucking lost. Oh, that's a spoiler. This is where you get the Moonlight Greatsword. What? I'm gonna be attacked. Okay, I'm not. Let's look at my map. I need to see something. What? How do you pathway there? Am I just blind? This looks like something I'm blind to. I'm just blind. Who's Astel? Let me just Google Astel. Astel's Stars of Darkness. I fought creatures like him, but I don't think I fought him as a boss. No, I have not done this. I don't think. So there's a boss I haven't fought yet. Is that's what that's implying? Okay, so how do I get to the boss then, do you know? If that's what I need to do. Oh god, this could be an annoying boss, isn't it? I have no souls. Where should I go? Which bonfire? Is it down here at all? Or is it somewhere else? Sorry, I'm relying on you a lot right now. They did hear me. Oh my god, my game is lagging because I have the... They're saying it's in the Lake of Rot. What? Really? It's over here somewhere? Or what the Lake of Rot is. Fuck. This guy walks into the palace ruins on this clip, and then he finds the map. That doesn't help me at all. That didn't tell me how to get there. That's awkward. Very awkward. I almost died to that. I feel like it should be blatantly obvious, and I'm just being dumb. Because I have the map. Over the last 2 days, like in League, that's awesome. I never get pentakills in League. That's impressive. I couldn't do it. Hello, dweebs. Goodbye, dweebs. I get them one every week or something, but it's also because I'm supposed to be a lot higher. You're just that good. I felt that. I feel like when I can get a penta, I just don't care for a penta. I'm like, whoever can clean up, just get it. So I kind of have a lazy approach towards it. That's more of a me thing though. I don't know why I popped a human arc there or a rune arc there. Oh, for me, penta is greater than winning game. Yeah, for me, I just don't care about the penta. Like, I'll go for it if I can, if it's right there. But if it's not, it's kind of like, eh. It is what it is. Yeah, this guy's TPing straight to Nocturne. But like, I don't know where the hell that is. Lucian 2 on Kaisa Jinx and just now on Twitch. Wait, Lucian 2. Wait. You got 2 on Kaisa and Jinx or Lucian wait. I'm not processing that. That confused me. This video is useless.
In this video, I'm going to show you how to get to Noxtella, the Eternal City. So to get to this area, you first have to follow a quest line of Ronnie. So this is going to be located here at the map on Caria Manor. So you're going to get to this area here, and when you progress through this area, you're going to get to the final boss at the end over here, and you'll defeat him in this arena over here. And once you get that Site of Grace, you're going to head directly north. You'll see there is an entrance out the back of this castle area here into a new opening. There's 2 towers out here. The first one closest to you has the teleporter to Noxtella, but won't be unlocked until you complete Ronnie's storyline over here. There is a dragon that you need to fight first, though. Now, you don't actually have to defeat the dragon, it just kind of like leaves halfway through, I think. At least mine just flew away, like, while I was still fighting it. And once you've dealt with the dragon, you can go into the tower here by Ronnie's Rise and just go all the way to the top. You will be able to speak to her to start her little quest line. Just as a heads up, her quest really only starts once you've actually beaten General Radon, the Scar Scorcher Radon, and when you get to this area on the map here, and it takes you to Nocron, the Eternal City, because you're going to have to come here to collect a specific item for her quest, which is this area on the map here, and it's...
What the fuck? What the fuck? Where the hell is that? What the fuck? That's over here. No, you're fine. You don't have to clarify. 1 on Lucian, 2 on Kaisa in the same game, and 1 on Jinx, and 1 on Twitch. You're fucking popping off then. You're fucking crazy, dude. That's actually kind of nuts. Okay, so it seems like I am just not playing the game properly because I missed this entire section that apparently has stuff in it. Seems like, anyways.
Ah, how nice of these.
If I can, I will. Let's see, what do you got? Smithing stone, not really interested, buddy. Not really interested. So I have to get up there somehow. That's awesome, though. If we ever get a chance, I'd be down to play League, but maybe not ranked. Because I hit gold. I don't care. No. Okay, so there's a chance I completely missed out completely on an area over here. How high is this chance? Minor Erdtree. So these are things I've seen before. I think. Or that you teach me Valorant? I've been wanting to learn. I will happily teach you Valorant whenever you want. Don't even sweat about it. Wait. This isn't it. Is this the place I'm supposed to go?
Get to this area on the map here, and it takes you to Nocron, the Eternal City, because you're going to have to come here to collect a specific item for her quest.
Am I blind? I did pull the lever, right? Yeah, if you want, I'm down for that as well. You want to branch out? I got you. Swear to God, I'm blind. I see it coming up. That is totally the same map, right? I'm not trolling. Yeah, that's totally the same map. That's totally the same map. Okay, so
which is going to take you along this path over here, as you can see up until this point where you jump down here and you find a special dagger for her. From this area, when you jump onto the roof, you'll do a little bit of parkour down to get there. The dagger's inside the building directly on the floor to the left of us. When you get down there eventually, which dagger for her, it's going to take you along, and when you get to this area on the map here, and it takes you to Nokron, the Eternal.
no, I think I'm missing something. I think I'm definitely still missing something. I'm supposed to go here and walk across there, which I think is that. Not whatever I'm at right now. Something ain't right. I'm definitely doing something wrong. It's a high chance I'm just very blind and dumb. Very high chance that I am. But I'm still very concerned about how this is playing out. There's items here that I haven't seen yet. Surely if I was a decent player, I would pick these items up, right? Right. So maybe I am heading the right way? Maybe I'm not? I don't fucking know. I really don't know, dude. we look around. We keep looking around while we wait for that thing to come down, wherever it is. That's that. Don't care about that. Hop, hop, hop. What if this is actually the pathway and I'm just fucking blind? Holy shit. If this is actually the pathway, I would lose my mind. What is this? What is this? Really, it's not. What I get? Oracle bubbles? That was literally nothing I wanted, though, was it? I'm not in the place I wanted to be. So how the hell do I... What? Dark Siege. Come back. Help me. I'm nothing but a lost dumb man. If you want to... Let me know whenever you want to play. When are you free, Zeph? I shall play whenever we are free. A golden centipede. Cool. They said that you had to do a little parkouring, but I don't think this is the parkouring he's talking about. I mean, it led to an item. I was getting a little bit excited when I was doing some parkouring. But it's not really what I wanted. Sunday, we can play whenever you want. I'd be down for Sunday. Add me. I think my Riot Games tag, my Valorant tag is Hitsuga number. And it's XIIII. I think. Fuck it. Hold up. There we go. Melted mushroom. I mean, there's this elevator here that I have yet to touch. But mayhaps it leads somewhere now. You have me ready? Bet. Yeah, I'm down to play with you. Where does this lead me though? Leads me out here, which is not where I want to be, I don't think, right? Hold on. I need to pee. I'll BRB. Oh, pee. You're home.
That is quite funny. Quite so.
Eternal City, because you're going to have to come here to collect a specific item for her quest, which is going to take you along this path over here, where you jump down here and you find a special dagger, like a specific start her little quest line. Just as a heads up, her quest really only starts once you've actually beaten General Radon.
I'm gonna try to head where he's circling on the map. I don't think it's really helpful though. But I'm gonna try heading there. This way. What the hell happens over here? What? Like, actually, what? How can a man be so lost? Give me it. There you go. People are saying it only starts after I fight the one dude. And I've killed Radon. But is that it? It's this area. I'm gonna take this thing. Might as well. That's what I find here. I really have no clue where I'm supposed to go to get to this dang city. Oh, I haven't turned it on yet. Thank you though. In fact, I haven't even made the commands yet. I have to remake them. Like I did all the other stuff. Let me try something. Let me try something. Let me talk to Selvius. One time I remember I can do that. Yeah, the commands do not work right now. Not right now. They are unworkable as of this moment. I want to make sure I grabbed everything I need. So... such a big game. Yeah, we can remake them in better names. Be easier. Scene face versus scene desktop face. Or something like that. Full screen, and I don't know. I forgot what the other thing was. It was some weird shit. Honestly. Shazam! I know I've been up here. There's no way I haven't been up here. My nosy ass, we went up here. What happens after I go up here? Yeah, no command for the BRB. I mean, I don't think we had a BRB that existed back then. This is a part of it.
Entrance out the dragon that you need to play through. Dealt with the dragon, you can go into the tower here by Ronnie's Rise and just go all...
Oh, actually, I have to go to Ronnie's Rise. Not... Wait, which Ronnie's Rise is it? There's two Ronnie's Rise.
that you need to fight first, though. Now, you don't actually have to defeat the dragon, it just kind of, like, leaves halfway through, I think. At least mine just flew away, like, while I was still fighting it. And once you've dealt with the dragon, you can go into the tower here by Ronnie's Rise and...
Yeah, like a little circle thing. So, his Ronnie's Rise that he's talking about is this one over here. What's that one? Are there two Ronnies? There's no way there's two Ronnies. I know there's not. Oh, I'm so fucking confused. Alright, I'm running to the other tower real quick. I don't know if doing this spamming the dash button makes me go fast or not. I honestly have zero clue. Blocked shut for now. I take it I have to do something with the quest line before I can go to Ronnie's Rise. The second Ronnie's Rise. This is not Ronnie's Rise. This is Rena's Rise. That's oh, they're different. Rena's Rise. Oh, fuck. Okay. okay. Charge from countering the knock run. Okay, so I'm supposed to go north of that fort. That was actually not entirely wrong. There's a hole in the ground is what they're implying. They're implying that there's a hole in the ground somewhere. A giant hole. North of Fort Hate. Okay. This is the fort. Now where? North? So go north until I find a hole. It's the vibe I'm getting from this. Just go north until you find a hole, dude. If you don't find a hole, it's your fault. But there's no hole. It's just ocean. What the fuck? Wait, what? Let's go this way. These guys are speaking about a hole opening up in the ground. I know it's not that hole. That's the ocean. I'm doing something wrong, clearly. Why this hole be Maybe it's by the well. Could it be by the well, maybe? So we're at the well. What's that? All right. What's this? What do we see here? I walked right by it. Sorry, buddy. I'm looking for something. Either way. Oh my god. I was kidding. I don't want to fight you guys. I was kidding. Jesus. It's number 4. Oh my fuck. Can I stop getting bullied? There we go. You alright, Torrent? Sorry, buddy. We're heading towards the ruins. What are these? Hole in the ground is what we're looking for. We are looking for a hole in the ground. Is this the hole in the ground? Is it down here? No, I've been here. Where the fuck? I'm most definitely lost then. Time for right. What the hell is this? Is this the wait? Is this actually the giant hole? Wait, is this actually the giant fucking hole? Wait. This looks new, doesn't it? Where the hell am I now? Oh, it's considering me to be inside the Riverwell depths. I'm actually in the area, kind of. So this is... Okay, we're finally making some sort of progress, I think. Finally making some sort of progress. Let's go. Finally, no longer lost. Maybe. Anything cool here? It took so long just to find this spot. I didn't realize there's a giant gaping hole that I thought it was gonna be like a small hole, but it's like this is like a proper giant hole. Fuck me, man. Norfolk Eternal City. Oh my god, it actually is. Fucking scared, man. Time for joy. Rat head. The hell are those? Okay. The hell are these things? A rune arc. I'm gonna try to kill each one of them because I want to not miss anything. But like, my point still stands. The hell are these things? Golden rune. Beautiful ahead. I mean, it is. I can't deny that. It is actually quite pretty. Quite pretty. Quite so. Maybe I should have paid more attention to when I killed Radon instead of like fucking hyping myself and being like, holy shit, I fucking killed him. Let's go. Maybe I should have just been a bit more chill about it. Might have helped me a lot because clearly I missed this entire spot. Hey Neff, how are you doing? Love you, dude. Hope life has been treating you well. Okay. Question. Where go? Don't you dare. Item ahead. Surely that kills me. There's a cat ring. Vacation 1 week, then will be much better. That's what I like to hear. You deserve a vacation, dude. I want you to have the best time of your life if you can. Honestly. He's fighting, he died. Bravery required ahead. Grace and short. Man, fuck it. It worked. try jumping. Fuck, we'll walk around with this. We spent so long trying to find this damn spot, and we finally found it. So it's kind of cool, but it's also kind of like cringe. I have an arrow sticking out of me. Simultaneously quite cool, but also very fucking cringe. I kind of deserve it because I've been stalling at work for a couple of months, but I'm taking... No, fuck that. You deserve it. Fuck that shit. Nah! Yeah, this is the first playthrough. This is the first playthrough. That's why I died so much. Surely I wouldn't die that much on a second playthrough. But the thing is, I've been fucking lost. Because I played the games. Oh my god, we're finally fucking here. Finally here! I was so lost because I'm constantly running around with my ass up my own head. And then I take long breaks and I get fucking confused trying to find out where shit's going on. I'm like, what the heck is all this shit? But now I get it. Now I see why people meant, oh, if you want to find Blade, just go to Nocturne. Nocturne's inside this area that I haven't even been able to get to yet. It makes so much sense. It makes so much sense. I looked it up. They said there's a giant hole in this area of the map. I was running around and I saw a sea water. I was like, that's not a hole. That's the ocean. I don't want to jump in the ocean. I'm smarter than that. Turns out the hole was the giant sea mass that I fucking saw. It's ridiculous. So are these guys like protectors of the whatever place this is? And they just look like zombies. Interesting. There's a high chance I'm overpowered for this area though. Because we're getting smithing stone 5s, which I really don't need. That's alright. My HP is so low that even if I am overpowered, it won't change much. Because I'm that easy to just... I can die. Just like that. Almost effortlessly. That's the beauty of it. Oh. Up halfway. Silver tear husk. Oh, that was a thing. Is that a boss? I run into a boss instantly? Isn't that kind of not funny? Isn't that kind of mean? There's no bonfire and it gives me a steak or something. But there's no gosh darn bonfire. Okay. I respect his desire to stay strong. That was... Good job, soldier. Questionable choices, questionable tactics. Is that it for this area? What's that? That place looks cool. Oh, wait. I did get a bonfire. I did. But do I have enough? 4,000? Ooh. Probably not. Start with the lower numbers. I'm not thinking so. What's your plan for the weekend, Neff? We're having a movie night tomorrow, if you're interested. I'm not sure what movies yet specifically. Why is Chipotle so heckin' good? It's Chipotle. I can't give you a reason why it's not heckin' good. Welcome back, Lala Warrior. We found progress. We found progress. Alright. I am 7,000 souls away. I'm just gonna fight a little bit. Farm these guys up. Just a touch. How much am I getting per kill? 246. Okay. Runs to the right over here. We'll get these guys real quick. Tomorrow visit mom and met GF at night. Sunday equals maximize rest. Okay, I feel that. After this stream, I'm gonna work out. And then prep for tomorrow. I have to go to the gym tomorrow. For sure. I don't know. I'm gonna just do a at-home workout is the idea. Oh yeah, got y'all. I got y'all. Say less. Don't even worry. We're just good like that. Might as well kill them all. I can't wait for you to get some rest, especially since you're going on vacation. Make sure you're well rested before your vacation. It would be very awful if you had to start your vacation and then start it from a point where you didn't get enough sleep. You know what I mean? So definitely try to get some proper rest. Keep working on it. I wish that are you going anywhere for your vacation? I hope it's a fucking blast. I need 3,000 more. I think 3,000 more runes. Like a Gen Con? That should be fucking dope then. You should be having a blast then. I hope it's everything and more. Honestly. Oh, you dickhead. Hold. I have an arrow in my wrist. Oh, the pain. The pain. Oh, the pain, it hurts. Oh no. I'm in pain. Please, someone get the doctor. 'Cause it fucking hurts. I can grab these guys. I think I grab these guys and I finish off here with the farming, right? I think so. And then I level up. And when I'm one step closer to getting my rivers of blood. One step closer. I like to sell many units and sign many books. I'll be releasing a new game book there written along with a friend. Oh, that's gonna be awesome. Wait, that's actually so fucking awesome. Can you DM me more details about that? That sounds really cool. I want to know more about that. I've been so out of it. I'm trying to reconnect with people I care about again. Oh, I'm so fucking happy for you, dude. That actually sounds like a lot of fun. I wish you the absolute best. Honestly. That sounds really fucking cool. Please DM me. Like, actually, please DM me. I wanna hear more about this. I like that. Unless you don't want to. I don't want to pressure you. I want to preface that by saying I don't want to pressure you, but I genuinely, wholeheartedly do want to know more about it because that sounds absolutely fantastic, absolutely phenomenal, and I can't hope more for it to be an absolute fucking success, whatever it is you're doing. It just sounds really cool from the get-go, though. Golden rune. Okay. You? See, I'm squishy enough where I know I will die. I know I will die. If I fuck around, I will die. And I fucked around. Oh, but we get to spawn the stake. That's not that bad. Not as long as a walk. I feel like sometimes the spawns or the like bonfires and stuff in this game are very, very lenient. Then other times it's absolutely horrendous. Like you're spawning and like you need to go on like a 7-minute walk just to get to the boss. That's an exaggeration, but it feels like that. The more you fuck around, the more you find stuff. True. I fucking love that meme, actually. I've been seeing a lot on Twitter. Also, I'm intrigued. I hope it goes amazingly enough. Yeah, I really hope it goes fucking poggers. Like, more than poggers. Ooh, an item. Almost missed this. Oh, it's golden rune. I mean, those aren't bad. I like golden runes. They help me not be a complete idiot where I die and lose all my runes. They help me get enough runes to level up before I do stupid shit. Another one. A rune arc. Cringe. What's in here? Wait, what actually is in here? I don't see anything. Oh, he's gonna do some exploration. That sounds dope. What? I lost my bubble because of you? I had to fight myself? I'm my own worst enemy. No fucking shot. I have to fight myself? How am I gonna fight myself when I'm doing shit like that? All the good parts of me just went to that boss. Oh my fuck. It spawned me over here. Ah, damn it. No. This is not what I wanted. Okay. God damn it. What the fuck? I have to fight myself. Yeah, that's big sus. Very big sus. Fuck. Okay, hold up. I'm coming for you, me. I'm coming for you, me. I watch more YouTube than you have in your life. You can't beat me. I am YouTube. Yeah, you would have thought. Should have thought twice before you stabbed yourself. Fucking weak ass version of me. I stabbed myself before you could set up. Haha, pussy. Sorry. I got a little personal there. I know. I know. I apologize. Not what I intended. I know. What math did he give me? Greatly increases arcane to the detriment of physical attack power. Fuck that. Seems like the health is a percentage of the player. So basically, his stats are the exact same stats as mine, more or less. It's just how strong am I versus how weak am I at the same time. And he's so squishy that he just got murked. Yeah, he just got murked. But he also one-shot my ass because he got that glass cannon build right now. That's funny. That's fantastic. Get fucked, nerd. They say if you lose against yourself multiple times... No item ahead, but gorgeous view. I want to see anyways. Where's the view? Is this it? Oh, this does look cool. Oh, that looks very cool. That's just rock. Let me check anyways, in case they're baiting me. You never know. These Soulsborne fellas are quite suspicious. Alright, there's no item. I'm just wasting time. That's interesting. But can you imagine if it was like an enhanced version of you? Like 3 times your HP, 3 times your damage? Turn back! Gorgeous view ahead. Classic message. Yeah. Also, try butthole. That one's also classic. Both classic for very different reasons, but god damn it, are they fucking amazing. Try tongue, butthole. Exactly. Try finger, butthole. First off, horse. I can horse again? Nice. Think for the room. I don't know what I'm doing. Fort night. Is that an item? That's a bloodstain. This is an item. Beautiful! Imagine being baited by that. Oh, fucking nerds. Not me. I would never fall off a map. Never have I ever fallen off a map. In fact. That's just not in my capabilities. I cannot. What's he doing? Is he singing? The man is singing. What the dog doing? Huzzah! Okay, I'm tempted to go over there, but I'm not going to do it yet. There are order of operations in terms of how chaotic we approach something. Let's lock them. Lord of Blood, your eminence, I beg you grant me a seat at the table of the dynasty. Long live the Mogwin dynasty. Fucking simp. Wait, is that a bannable word now? Simp? I think it is, right? Like, actually. Like, unironically, actually. Oh, another steak. How cool. How cool. I love steaks. Where are my souls? Give me my gosh darn souls. Hey, hey buddy, hey pal. What's over here? It's out of the birds. Visions of champion. I am a champion. Finally done from work. Are you winning, son? I am winning slightly. I have progressed as a hero for once in my life. I'll go that way. Why the fuck did my own armor and face scare the shit out of me, dude? I looked at it and I fucking yelled. What is that? I'm an idiot. I just got scared by my own reflection. My own shadow. I did the thing. Oh my god, I did the thing. The idiot thing. Like, unironically. That scared the fuck out of me. Cool thing is, I think I haven't been here yet. Celestial Dew. But I know I'm not supposed to drop down here yet either. We got a horn charm, whatever that means. Does that mean I'm horny? Aha, aha. Very dark. Me first? No. That's not how this works. You are actually a dork. Stone 2. Wait. Because I went down, can I go back up? Probably not, right? So, mimic tier. That's progress. This all so I can fucking go find the Wolfie boy again. We explored that little bit. I'm back here now. We need to somehow get down. See a mimic tier there. Interesting. Yeah, I want to find the doggo boy, the Wolfie boy. Oh, I didn't see that giant statue. That's kind of cool. So let's go about it in the normal progression way now. And fuck this. Much easier. Much fucking easier. Light the flame. Light the fire. Okay, hold up. Damn, you got a voice. Oh, that hurt. I don't know what that was, but that hurt. Why am I lighting fires? I don't know. Yeah, she was. She was. I'm not gonna say no to that. She was. Hey? Nani? I found me a grace. A grazie. A grazie. Hey, what's this? Wait, these are different areas? Ah, beautiful. Wait, is this actually an area or is it just some troll? Likely I failed. Oh no, this actually is a proper area. Okay. I think it would be. To be honest. Rune arc. Huh! An item! Celestial Dew! Ooh! It's like Mountain Dew, but just better. Did someone try to invade me and die? Soulsborne, a tiny door can lead into a whole new world. Basically. Honestly. Just it. We. Huh. Huh. I'm here. Kisama. What? Ooh. You think that person can handle me? You should have mimicked me. That would have been terrifying. But you did not. Imagine having to fight multiple me's. Now that would be scary. Pathetic, really. Bright spot. Precious item ahead. Ooh. Precious item ahead. Where? Bug ahead? Is it the bug that's the precious item? The Nas Kent butterfly. Are those good? I have not done much crafting in this game, I will admit. See, this building, I'm a little bit sus of jumping on. Gonna be honest. I feel like if I jump there, I die. Low-key. That would be giant skeleton? Yeah. That's kind of facts. Praise the right. Oh. Neat. Is that a giant ball? What? Be wary center. Didn't expect sorcery. Try target lock. Be wary of trap? Hold up. Is that actually living? Okay, let me try that again, but with a bit more better direction. What the fuck? Is that a giant ball just staring at me? Oh my god, she blocked it by just hiding. What's the ladder there? Shine! Bokeh! What? Went right through it. Okay, I don't know if there's a ladder there. Liar ahead. I got plenty. I didn't swing first. You swung first, not me. I did not swing first. You swung first. Search the treasure chest. What's in here? Mimic tear ashes. Nani? Wait. 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 There's no way, right? Is this the thing? Thing that I've been waiting for? All this time? Tell me it ain't so. Hello, butterflies. I've come to an arduous decision to reside without food or for the next 2 weeks. Who needs money these days, right? I felt that. I felt that. I'm out here struggling. I think I have like $5 in my bank account right now. We're brothers. We are brothers. We are actually brothers. Nothing personnel, kid. I don't know if these are good or not. I just see a lot of them, so I'm just picking them up. Dude, all these souls or corpses just chilling there sound fucking insane. Like, it looks insane. Probably get another day. Fam. They apparently gave me something when I killed them. They gave me two thingies. Two thingies. I'm not sure what the thingies are called, but they gave me 2 of them. I appreciate it. Clearly this is a bonfire spot where I can summon something as well. Is there going to be a boss fight here? Ooh. I've been streaming for a while, actually. My throat. I'm feeling it. Alright, hold up. What sneeze? Felt good. Foolish mortal. Wait, actually, don't I have a tier? Tiers of this, right? I want to see what this looks like. What? I can't even use it? Then what's the point? What's the point? Oh. It needs it now? Pussy. I missed the part where that's my problem. I'm actually quite strong. That's great. Yes, please. I love cotton. All right. Let's go talk to the giant statue, I guess, right? And got him. Yeah, we got him. It was effortless almost. I still don't know what these silver tear husks are for. Oh, there's a teleport thing there. Cool beans. Why can't I use it? I'm being fucking offended. Am I inside the giant skeleton? Finger Slayer Blade. Great Ghost Glavewort. Daddy. Yeah, that's what that is. Or it's the Finger Slayer Blade. Wait, what? I don't see no Finger Slayer Blade. I got scammed. Did I get scammed, or is it like maybe it's a one of these things kind of thing? Greatly raises focus. Immune is horn charm. I like that. Restores HP upon defeating enemies. Nice. See folks around. Damn it. How's 1 a.m.? Go get some rest. Go get some rest. Take care of yourself. I need to end here soon as well if I want to work out. I really don't know where the Finger Slayer Blade went. I really don't know where it went. Where's this gonna take me? Did I want to teleport right now? I don't really fucking know. Oh, it takes me all the way back here. That's really conventional. Thank you. Your queen is dead. She with the nice voice, gone forevermore. Wait, is that a boss? That's most definitely a boss. It's not a boss. That's the funny thing about it. It's not a boss. But it bossed me around. That much is for sure. This is farther away from where I actually was to the bonfire. This is cringe. Oh, that's not even a skeleton. It's a fucking mummy. It's like mummified. It has tissue. Alright, buddy. I want my souls back. Coming for that ass. Come here. Damn. Damn. He's better than me. That much is for sure. He's better than me. I know there's a grace right here. I know there's a grace right there. All right, buddy. I'm back. It's kicking my ass. I am bad at this game. I am bad at this game. That's what I just understood from that interaction. All right, it's dead. I got it. It killed my ass. God knows how many times, but it killed me a lot. Isn't beast blood? I swear to God, that's a Bloodborne thing. It's confusing me. Visions of Lake. I'm gonna get both of those. Start with the blue one, I think. Okay. Nice. Rats! Oh, fucking hate rats. Okay, I'm guessing that's where I go next after I light all these fires. I don't know for sure if that's actually a thing or not, but that is my guess for now. I did like that one, okay. I know there's probably more. All right, miss, I'm coming for you. Thank you. Dog? Nah. Okay. Jellyfish land in here. It seems to me violence in movies and sex on TV. But where are those good old-fashioned values on which we used to rely? Lucky there's a Family Guy. Where the fuck is that? Mother's calling. Hello? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, bye. Okay, so this seems like a new spot as well. Like there's a lot of new spots. We can go back here later. And I go back here and for now. Right? Right? I think. Oh, actually, I could have easily just walked back. Because there's the thing I want to see. Alright, thank you. I'm outies. Because I know there's this shit. Hollowhorn Grounds. So these guys are called the Hollowhorn? Or they pay respects to the Hollowhorn or something? It bleeds. Late night ice cream float just hits different. That sounds so fucking good right now. Absolutely fire. Hello. Goodbye. So I don't know what that specific spot is for, personally. But I do know there's a temple over here that's worth checking out. Okay. A rather cool looking spot, if I must say so myself. Oh man, I want ice cream so badly now. Just had pizza, now choco ice cream and Pepsi. Kind of make today my cheat. And tomorrow's movie night. I'll make tomorrow my cheat day. I'll eat properly today, but tomorrow I'll have a proper cheat day, I think. Hold up, buddy. Let's not die. Might toss some almond milk later, cause fuck it. Turn. Do what you gotta. Yeah, I might make tomorrow a cheat day where I get pizza or something like that if I can. I'll try to scrounge around for some cash in my house. There's bound to be some laying around somewhere. And it's not even that far, so I just gotta drive there. Instead of ordering delivery. Golden room. Turn back. Cliff ahead. I see that.
What you doing here? Let's flip a coin. As I tell you tales, we go out on a date.
Thank you so much for the raid there, Punk Rock Wolf. How are you doing today? How's your Friday going? Hope you're having a fantastic time. Thank you for raiding. What are you up to? Do I have any mods that are like awake? Anyone alive right now? Tally, thank you. Thank you so much, Tally. I appreciate you a lot. Not bad. I got more into Fantasy Star Online too. Okay, I felt that. I felt that. Kisama!
What the fuck did you do? I didn't do shit! The part of our mission, the thing that we have to use for our mission, the damn thing fell on top of us.
I don't believe you. You blew something up close to us and it killed us.
No! When the stream's down, no, I'll show you. I'll rewind it and show you from the start. Literally, something fell on top of us. I watched it just as it came. The last few seconds it came down.
You guys are dorks. Absolute dorks. That's precious. But thank you again for rating me. Ace, since I know you're here, go follow Punk Rock. He's a good lad. He's a good lad. Yeah, y'all are dorks. I heard that clip and I was like, yep, look, absolute dorks, those two. Are there any bad lads? Me. I'm the baddest lad there is. Round these parts, no one can out bad me. Oh, is Ace already followed? No, never mind then, Ace. How dare you not tell me beforehand? I made myself look like a fool. Me! Of all people, a fool! In this day and age. Don't you know that if you look foolish once, you're canceled for life? What? I do? Is it just weird? Did the sus never show up? It showed up. The sus showed up. I heard it. That's the second time today telling. Daijobu. Are you liking? An item! I knew there's more to be found. Nice. A modded necklace. My favorite item. Yeah, it definitely works. Definitely works. All the stuff definitely works. Have you seen the recent edition Punk Rock? The more specifically oh fuck. Oh fuck. As soon as that happened.
See you, chump.
That punishment time PTSD? Yeah, I know. I actually do want to play the third one. I haven't played the third one yet. I was in the middle of like the game between 2 and 3, and like whatever it was. I was in between that, and then I just never finished. Are my souls down here or up top? Probably up top. Deep rock, if not. I don't know. I have not done V3. No. Oh, fuck. Nani? Teme! He's too strong. Fuck no. Fuck you. I'm too weak for that right now. I see my runes. I just have to make sure I don't fall off. Yonkies. I almost fell off. As soon as I said that. Next story game, I will fund it with my channel points. We can at some point. I want to. There's just, if I do want to, I want someone to be able to catch it, specifically Ray, because I know Ray has been wanting to watch that playthrough for fucking ever, and I feel bad that I still haven't finished. Oh, you! Oh god, I thought it was a die to some bullshit right there. He's cringe. I lost my souls. I know. But it's okay. Wait, what? There's a... Did I not touch that bonfire? TP. TP me fast. Oh my god. Your emotes are wholesome as fuck. Wait, you added a new one. I just never noticed that one. The Bork and Beans emote. Also, I didn't ask you specifically, Ray. How are you doing? Yeah, I know you came in with Punk's raid. How are you doing? How's your Friday going? Hope you guys are having a great night. I feel bad I didn't ask. I mean, I kind of indirectly mentioned you, but I didn't ask how your day was doing. Hello. Welcome. Welcome to my ass being completely stupid. The classic. Sorry. Fucking hate him. I straight tell you, my first chapter is my favorite series. Fave besides chapter 5 of Dangan 2. Oh, really? The first chapter of Danganronpa 3 is your favorite? I haven't played the game in between though. I know that was canon-ish, and I meant to play the game in between. I just haven't. In fact, I don't even know where I am at the moment. I'm going, well, what game are you playing? And so, if it's a hentai game, don't mind me. This is completely random. I don't know why that came to mind. Which degen in here has played any hentai game in their life? It's late night hours, so I can get away with this. I think it's a Danganronpa talk that fucking reminded me of degen. It's a long ace. Mighty long you got going on there. Definitely not me. Nani. We found him, boys. Boy, I am in the middle of a high-octane combat. Fuck. Definitely not cheap. Right. I used to play them a lot back then. There was a period where I played a lot of fucking games. And I was like, oh, this is new. Interesting. Huh. And I never like played it just because it was back during a period where it was just Flash games existed and people had... Oh, it doesn't respawn. Bless. People had like adult Flash games on Flash games as well. You know what I mean? Like they didn't really hide it. So that was an interesting time period. I was like, oh wow, look at all these wild games. And I would actually try to beat them. I was playing them like competitively. I was so fucking stupid. Arigato gozaimasu, bitch. You don't back up. Okay, hold up. You guys almost killed me. Actually, almost killed me. Again. Yeah, I was competitive as fuck. It's an interesting arrow. But yeah, what game are you playing, Demon Ray? Sorry. That went a complete tangent. Complete tangent. Because if it's a new game, I have basically... Oh, let me just say to you, thank you. I have been out of the gaming market for a solid while now. So I know there's a lot of things that has come out that I just completely have not noticed. Like at all. Oh. I thought that was like my shadow or something. Cool beans. Oh! There's something behind the waterfall! I was just running there for shits and giggles. Nothing cool though, but it happened. Okay, this is simultaneously both a really cool spot. Wait, what's wrong with you? Who the hell is this? Inner order. I mean, I gave him his armor, I guess. Okay, before I go that way, then I want to go back the other way. Because there seemed to be a route where I could jump across, right? At least to me, it seemed like there was one. Yeah. Joy, good joy. I'm coming for you. Order healing. Cool. Golden rune. Still no bridge. Seek left. That guy died trying to jump across. Or something. Like that's look at how crazy creative these like ghoulish souls, like it looks that screams suffering. There's such a creative fucking design and it's so creepy all in one. I actually hate it. I've recently enjoyed a rather peculiar anime called K2S. What's K2S? You said K, and I thought of K, the anime, for a second there, but I don't know what K2S is. Is that some ecchi shenanigans? Knowing you, probably. When strong boss fight, I'm playing Fantasy Star online with Wolf. You're playing right now with him? That's awesome. Star, not no, I figured. K the anime is awesome. Yeah, no, I remember K the anime. Oh my fucking god. It's a motherfucking boss fight. The fact that I didn't die there. Spoke too soon. It's an anagram, but I'll never tell. Okay, hold up. I'm not on desktop. I'm gonna look at this. K2S. Let's fucking see. Let's see how degenerate you were. Anime. Well, this isn't fucking useful. They're not telling me anything. You're lucky. You're lucky, pal. Hecking lucky. Okay, I need to re-brain this properly so I don't do what I just did wherever I just did it. Oh, wait, who's that? Is that him? I don't need him to help, but I kind of want to summon him for a story. Oh. All right. Oh, he tickles him. He actually tickles him. Oi! Oh, okay. D, just don't die, alright? Oh my god. I got away with it with boys. I got away with it, boys. You're safe for now. And sorry for interrupting you earlier, Ray. I didn't mean to. I appreciate you. Just so you know, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Okay, this guy, kicking my ass. He's a gargoyle though, isn't he? Am I even gonna make him bleed? Don't I just whip out this guy instead? Like low-key? Alright, where are my souls? Oh my god. Thank you, D, for taking his attention, I guess. Oh my god. Oh, there goes that. Ow. Yeah, fuck him up. Fuck him up. Fuck him up. Fuck up D. He's beholder of death. Fuck him up. Not me. Not what I meant to do at all. Alright, goodbye. I mean, he's making this fight a lot easier, but I don't mind too much. Because I think it was going to be easy anyways. I want to stab him in the eye. Dude, this guy lived a fucking no HP. He's bleeding to death right now. He's bleeding to death. Look at him. Easy. Yeah, that was... I just missed that first stagger on him, the first guy earlier, and it took a little bit longer than I wanted to. But as long as I hit that stagger, it was Freelo. Freelo 99. Rest in coffin. Rest in coffin. I accidentally clicked on this. I want to see what was in here. I didn't even get to like properly read it before I pressed it. Oh god. Congratulations, Hitsuga. You may now die. You've done a good job. Now die. Welcome to your grave, you idiot. We're going on a trip on our favorite coffin. What? Oh, the coffin broke. That's sweet. Flying through the flaws. Goddamn Elden Rings. Where even am I? Like I found something I wasn't supposed to. Feels wrong, feels dirty. Is in very much pain, but the float was fucking worth it. I am proud of you. I hope you enjoyed the hell out of that float. Okay, I'm gonna go check something real quick. Where's Ranny? Ranny? Ranny, are you there? Ranny, are you okay? Are you okay, Ranny? Ranny, are you okay? You've been struck by. What's the lyrics for that song? You've been hit by? You've been struck by? Or are they? Is it the same? Does anyone know? I feel like I have misheard lyrics in my mind. Alright, will you talk to me now that I discovered all that spot? Yes.
Not blithe it seemeth. Even in my slumber I sensed it. It is in thy possession, is it not? The hidden treasure of Nokron. My thanks. Finally all the pieces are in place. Soon must I begin my journey. Upon the dark path only I may tread.
Okay, so it's not... I'm not entirely crazy. Carrying an inverted statue.
A strange gift, perhaps. But a rare sort such as thee would welcome it, I'm sure. I am certain now. Fate steered us to our reunion. I must thank Torrent, too, for his part.
Oh.
I believe it was but brief.
I gave her the finest of service. That's right, that's me. I'm a fine-ass servant. I'm not sure if I'm really proud of that, to be honest. He revealing the hidden form of Carrion. I remember doing this in not October, it's September. Where the fuck was that? Every time you hear that twice, I felt that. Great waterfall crest. Okay, there's. I remember something. Is this it? This is it. How wonderful. My ears vibrating, my fucking controller's vibrating. Damn. Can you guys feel the vibrations? You know what? That'd be kind of cool, actually. If someone could implement a way for people to feel vibrations in games, the same way people like as a viewer, as a like, you know what I mean? How much if I remove it? Okay. So I can remove it. So it's like a puzzle. What the fuck is this? Boy. Stop it. Get some help. You telling me to go through this bullshit again with this guy? Yeah. I have long range now too, fool. Ow. I am also a master of the long range. Oh, it's TP'd away. Nice. This right is the way there. You make me feel special. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Just like TT. Oh, just like TT. Oh. I'm like TT, just like TT. I don't remember. Unleash my power. Thank you for your time, bitch. Ow. I'm gonna heal up just in case I don't get accidentally one-shot by some stupid bullshit. Would be cool. Would be cool indeed if I just can avoid dying. Just believe it or not, dying is not poggers. I would accidentally trip here with my foot like in the wrong spot and just fucking fall to my death. That's what would happen to me if I was in this actual situation IRL. I'd be like, oh, I'm just casually walking, then boom, dead. Boom, dead. Okay. So far, so alive. So far, so alive. The fact that everything's upside down is so uncanny to me. Turns to doze off at the desk? Oh, don't worry. I felt that. Yeah, get some rest, Tally. I'm gonna end here soon. After this spot, wherever this spot is, I'm gonna end. I guess we explore the Great Waterfall Basin, wherever that may. What the hell is this shit? It's absolutely very fucking pog. Super cool. Let there be chaos. Oh, that's where the sound is. I was like, is there music playing behind this wall? I said, let there be chaos, and I hear sound. I'm like, what is this? I didn't realize you got a dorky stream. Take care, Tally. Sleep well. Oh boy. I was like, oh, is it just gonna be like a dumb little meme? Upside down stuff just to get to a little party room? Some light music playing in the background or something? That's what I thought. Lost Grace discovered. Nice. I think that's enough to level up, actually. My arcane. 3 more levels of my arcane and then I can fucking use the rivers of blood. Oh, how I've dreamed of this moment for years to come. You are not a regular enemy. This is not how this is supposed to be played. That is illegal. This is the boss. Not whatever this is. Illegal. Oh wow, it's a long load as well. If I die. Must be intensive area. The slashing attacks of sharp weapons are largely ineffective against hardened armor and scales. Strike attacks are likely to hit the mark. Right. Equipment armaments. You can equip up to 3 armaments each to your left and right hand. Some armaments, such as shields, have different actions depending on which hands equip them. Resting at a site of grace will restore your HP, FP, and cleanse any status ailments. It also will refill your sacred flask. However, most of the enemies you defeated will be revived. While in combat, you're unable to craft items or open your map. Charge and jump attacks. Is my game just chilling here? Is it stuck? What? Does the game feel stuck to you guys? It's not stuck. It's just loading forever, isn't it? Kind of weird. Teardrop scarabs. Status poison. Container items. Stance breaking. Crouching. Limits of guarding. Requesting support. Skill. Do you have it? Seeing summon signs. Support objective. Parentheses hunter. Using torches. No riding areas. Status sleep. That's tally. Supporting. Critical hits. Multiplayer movement limits. Status blood loss. Invasion. Why is the game not loading? You know, I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna go ahead and do one of these Alt F4s and try it again. Hold up. It's actually still showing the game. That's funny. It's most definitely not alive anymore. You guys still see the game? That's okay. I'm launching Elden Ring again. An error occurred. Yes, I figured that would be what happens. Is it launching? Is it not launching? I'm kind of confused. I think the game like actually properly bugged out there. Boom, 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 boom. I want you in my room. Not launching. Actually, while I'm here, let me see something. I'm gonna check something. We're chilling anyways while I try to get the game to launch. Oh, is it launching? I think it's now actually properly launching. Hmm. Sorry, I'm still checking something though. Okay. All right, perfect. It worked out. All right, hopefully my shit didn't like fucking blow up. I'm gonna end here soon, just so everyone knows. I'm not gonna keep going. I still need to get some exercise in for the night. I'll figure something out at home. This is basically a boss fight, so I'm gonna treat it as such. Fuck. I fucking hate this boss, dude. It's okay. Load properly, please. Load properly, please. Load properly, please. Okay, so it was just a loading issue earlier. I'm not gonna use the thing. I'm gonna run at it. Oh, let's go. Godskin Noble, Godskin Noble robe, Godskin Noble bracelet, Godskin Noble trousers. Let's fucking go. I got whatever those are. Don't have to deal with them ever again in my life. Bless. Because fighting that guy is a pain in the ass. What do these do? I don't know what these do. Sanctuary stone. The Divine Tower of Liurnia. Welcome to Narnia, my friends! Huh? Intriguing. There's a high chance this leads to a boss fight. Okay. Okay. Game, you're trolling me. Top. Where is this? Like, actually. I mean, I know where it is. Actually. Oh. No, it's short-lived. Just in case. First marker Death Stargazer heirloom. Is that it? Can I do anything else? This definitely looks like a setup to a fucking boss fight room. Doesn't it? I set up for a boss fight just in case, and nothing happened. So, bless us, I guess. Raises intelligence. Nice. I can make myself smarter, wiser, stronger, faster. I mean, I didn't see anything of note around here. As far as I can tell. Unless it's a place we eventually go to later on as a boss fight. Maybe. But alright, I think that's probably what I'm going to call it then. I'll explore this spot just a wee bit. We'll do a little bit of exploring in this spot, and then I'm going to call it and head out. Because I just want to see where the hell this thing is. Oh yeah, I opened that, I'm pretty sure. Oh my fuck. Alright, mini boss. There we go. Do you drop anything for me? Staff of the Avatar. Cool. Staff of the Avatar. That reminds me of fucking Aang. Because Aang used to carry around a staff. Aang the Avatar. The last Airbender. And Airbender. Well. What the hell is that? Is that a giant? Oh my fuck no, man. There we go. To time it. Otherwise, it's full damage. There we go. Ash of War, Golden Land. Cool. Cool beans. It's gonna be one of those where I have to climb a tree and do some weird shit. I'm not looking forward to this already. Okay, hold up. Almost died right there. Smithing Stone 6. Alright. Oof. I hear fucking mosquitoes or something, and I'm not really liking it, to say the least. The hell is this spot? Ah! Can definitely say I was not a fan of that at all. At all. That was like a fun way to quickly start a mayhem. Oh! There you go. I mean, they're trying to protect their queen, I guess, or something. All right. Hope I can get 2 with this. Okay. Yeah, fuck it. Fuck it. Let's go. No shot, man. I just lost all the souls, but not yet. Not yet. Not yet. There's a way I can still get them. Oh. Let's zoom. I'm zooming. I was not expecting to find a cave full of ants, to be honest with you guys. That just kind of happened. So when we actually saw it, it was quite concerning. Nice suit. Okay, let's get the giant queen. Or not. Cool beans. Fuck, okay. I know it prevented me from losing my runes, but that's a proper fuckfest. How am I gonna find my way out of that one? I'm not fond of this spot at all. How much is a fact? On guard. Just go grab my souls and dip on out. Elden Stars? That's a very interesting name for a skill or a spell or something. Alright. Yeah, no, I'm not fucking with that. I am not fucking with that at all. An item. Is there anything over that I really want? I don't think there is. So fuck those bugs. Goodbye. See it, chump. Not today. Oh fuck. Hey Neo, what's going on? How are you doing, bro? I am just doing some slight exploration before I decide to call it quits for the day. Gotta watch out I don't fall off either because I have a shit ton of runes on me. Yeah, some exploring just for a little bit, like probably like another like 10 minutes, honestly. Something like that. I see a soul. A soul with an item. I ended up streaming ever since like 2 something today, and my throat, let me tell you, is not used to it. Fuck these bugs. I really don't give a shit about the bugs. They can fuck off for all I care. Yeah, it's been a long day. I wasn't supposed to go this long. I was just gonna stream until I had a chance to go to the gym, but like no one came home, so I couldn't use any car. So now it's too late. The gym is closed. Yeah, my car is broke. No, I didn't want to walk it. It's cold. It's not that far. It's like probably a 30-minute walk. But 30-minute walk when it's cold to a place that I could be streaming and hanging out with friends. I convinced myself. It was like jacket cold, not freezing cold. It was just jacket cold, and that was enough for me to be like, As a martyr to death and death, why must it be sentenced to live in death? How could such a thing to be? Yeah, it was more like I don't really wanna. It wasn't that I couldn't. It was just more like I didn't really wanna. And what I'm gonna do after stream is just a quick little workout, something to get the blood going. Is it advised that you work out super late at night? Technically not really, if you're gonna go to bed, but it's the weekend, so I feel like I can get away with it. Then tomorrow, hopefully I can go to the gym when I wanna. Fuck every single one of you. Fuck every single one of you guys. Fuck him too. Okay, this area looks like a big fuckity fuck spot. I don't know what the fuck is going on here, but I don't like it. Yep, not a fan. So I think I'm actually gonna stop here instead of exploring. We'll stop here, I think. Because we found the bonfire. I'm just gonna look around and see if like there's any mini boss in the area or something. Maybe I can do that. Fortunate. Ash of War, vacuum slice. That sounds badass as fuck, actually. Vacuum slice. Alright. I definitely do not see any mini boss at this specific time and moment. Just people I don't really want to deal with. As if I don't have to. What's your plan for the weekend, Neo? Oh god, lag. Those give a lot for something that barely does anything. Like if you get caught up in it, sure, it'll fuck you up, I guess, but like if you don't, it's kind of whatever, I feel like. And do you know if anyone's streaming right now? Anyone worthwhile to raid? I don't have many people hanging out anymore because it's late for a lot of people and people are lurking and sleeping now. But a good raid, I can never say no to. Sierra. Oh, it's Sierra screaming. I didn't know that. Perfect. Already done. That is not really the pathway I wanted to see that take. Alright. I should have my souls. Pretty sure. Pretty sure I should have them. We'll see. Yep. So let me pop these. Let's use all 5 of them. Let's see how much I get. Quite a bit. Pop a little bit more. Pop a wee bit more. I can't see because someone's playing on Steam right now. Oh, what does this give me? I think it's like 10,000 probably. Oh, that might be enough. That's probably enough now. Level up. Yep. One more for Arcane, and then I can use the fucking weeb katana. Have you seen it, Neo? I'm gonna show you. Hold up. The fucking weeb katana. It's ridiculous. Redonkulous. I can't use it yet effectively per their words, but look. Of course I'm gonna fucking try to get it. And I need to level up my Arcane, which doesn't help any of my DPS stats. But, oh yeah, Moonblade is fucking dope as well. I fucking love Moonblade. That's been quite helpful, actually. But anyway. Bandai Namco from software. Oh, okay. Hello, it is me, ya boy. Hitsuga. Let's hop on Twitch. Let's go find the Sierra. He's playing Overwatch. Perfect. We fucking love Sierra. Obviously, if you don't know who Sierra is, they're my son. Shinderu. Yes, I want to raid this hecking dork real quick, and I will see you guys later. Neo, I'm gonna reach out to you in the DM to see what you're doing tomorrow, because obviously I'm having a movie night, but maybe later. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just talking to myself, really. I'm not sure what I'm doing. I just want to game with you at some point. You're working. Ugh. Quit. Never mind. You have a wonderful Saturday. Won't be home until Monday. All right, I keep seeing your tweets. Obviously, you're working. Obviously, I'm fucking stupid. All right, bet. No worries. I'll see you later. I love you, dude. And fly back home. Yeah. Quit. Imagine if you quit and they didn't let you fly back home. They're like, all right, pay for it yourself. I don't know. I'll see you. Peace. Peace. Peace.